Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be your own people that will pick up on you over and over again. The fact that I keep struggling on how to pronounce AfCFTA, I haven't seen peace from Sana since yesterday. So, I would rather just say African Continental Free Trade Area to ensure that we don't get they know we can pronounce AfCFTA, no, we can't do that, but I've been trying. It's been me practicing overnight just to ensure that I get how to pronounce that correctly this morning. My name is Avanes Nankala, and I'll be your moderator for the panel session that we will be having shortly, where we are focusing on looking at how the African continent can enable seamless and affordable cross-border digital payment on the African continent. To kickstart our session, allow me to introduce to you my panelists this morning as I just allow them come through to the stage. My first panelist for the day is Mr. Mohamed Fayez, Head of Relationships and Non-Financial Services, Central Bank of Egypt. Encourage him, please, as he comes up to the stage. My next panelist this morning is Dr. Brilliant Habenzu, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry, Zambia. Encourage him, please. My next panelist is the Managing Director, Payment Processing and Switching, InterSwitch PurePay. His name is Mr. Akim Lawo. A round of applause for him as he gets up to the stage. The next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is Mr. Isaac Kamuta, Group Head, Payments, Cash Management and Client Access from Ecobank. My next panelist is Ms. Michelle Chivunga, CEO, Global Policy House. And last but not the least is Mr. Jimmy Kuvaras, Assistant Director, Payment Systems, Development and Operations at the Bank of Zambia, right here in Lusaka, and he's already up here. Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Technology and Science, and not Commerce, Trade and Industry. Just to make that correction, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, another panelist that is joining this plenary session is Mr. Abubakar Bello, Managing Director and CEO, Nigerian Export-Import Bank. Mr. Abubakar. Introducing our topic this morning, we all know that digital payments are transforming financial interactions. They are offering speed, they are offering security and inclusion, especially in Africa, where we see that informal trade, limited banking access has created a lot of economic barriers. In lowering transaction costs, reducing delays and increasing trust, digital payments can, as well as informal traders, to access regional markets more easily. And then also you would agree with me that other regions such as the Southeast Asia and the EU have successfully implemented ways and systems like the SEPA, a cross-border QR code networks that not only showcase how trade is being done, but they are also helping in ensuring that we harmonize regulations and digital infrastructure that will help us enhance trade in the African region. This session, therefore, will be beneficial in a lot of areas as it will help us and settlement system PUBs, as well as public-private collaborations and modern financial infrastructure can just help us to unlock Africa's digital trade potential, as well as drive inclusive growth and deeper economic integration. In kickstarting our discussion this morning, allow me to kick off with the very first question that I'm addressing to all our panelists this morning. We all know that Africa is trying to accelerate its digital trade transformation, and we are trying to see how that is going to improve ways of how Africa is trying to do its digital trade. In kickstarting this discussion, what role do you see digital payments playing in ensuring that we bridge existing gaps in trade and financial payments under the AfCFTA? I will start with the panelist on my immediate left. You can go ahead, Lisa.
Good morning, and good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting us today. And the question is, from my point of view, digital payments is like any digital instrument. The people are currently seeking for everything to be fast. Nobody is want to wait. Most of us seeking the mic. Oh,
you can hear me now. Okay. As I said, most of the people is seeking the fast. Nobody want to wait. If you want to go to the bank, don't want to wait in the waiting area to receive your money or to perform a transaction. Nobody is wanting to wait at anything for it to get a service. So digital payment is like any other digital services. It will give us a fast forward and seamless services across countries. We can use platforms and digital network to enhance and across countries, because Africa. So I believe in digital it's an instant payment network and an app, a mobile app built on it. We found that 12.5 million people have registered on it in just 2 years. We found that last year only we have 1.5 billion. Put into action digital payments in our transaction across the continent, it will definitely put us in any other areas. Yes. Thank you.
On the microphone to PS, how do you think the public and private sector can collaborate to just ensure that we drive this shift and we achieve the much needed results that we want to see?
I can say we have to let go to the private sector, because public sector is we are moving slow. We have barriers to go to market. We have to leave the market for the private sector to innovate. They're moving fast. They're much more innovative than us. So our regulatory intervention just only to simplify our regulation, to move the barriers away from them, but not to compete with them or to just let them innovate and let them.
I guess.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Coming to you, PS, you work in the ministry that how do you the gaps that exist?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, filling the gaps, we first of all have to understand, the role the gap that exists. So, we'll be talking about to do with the redundancy. It sounds very a very big challenge. So in this case, we talk about the digital, to help reduce that. The example is the Pan-African payment technology. That if I go, we have so much of it, then the cost in terms of conversion, between currency, is actually going to reduce drastically. Basically because the payment is going to be done in the local currency. So this system therein that when we are relying on the payment system for purposes of it's going to long before the challenge. So when we are now relying so much on digital payments, and then we are able to see that type of efficiency, it brings about a system where we are able to actually also increase the volumes in terms of our trade, especially amongst ourselves. The number of things, including facilitating cross-border trade. Yes. So we see that this a digital payment system that would help us in terms of facilitating digital cross-border trade and make it very much easy for us to be able to increase the volume of trade amongst ourselves in Africa.
Thank you so much, PS. Now, you come from the public sector. Do you think partnerships between you and the private sector play a role or will play a role in ensuring that there is that shift that we want to see and the existing gaps no longer exist? They become a thing of the past.
Yes, very, very important. When we have got partnership between government and the private sector, then we see that a number of challenges that we are actually facing as African countries can easily be managed. We can actually mitigate those challenges. Here in Zambia, I'll give an example. We have what was launched by our Republican president, what we call the Public-Private Dialogue Forum. And so the PPDF was put in place basically because you will find that the government at times will be coming up with certain policies. In the meantime, you have not consulted the consumers or the people who are going to be affected by these policies. So when we work together, public and the private, then we'll be able to identify exactly the challenges that the private sector is facing. So take for instance, we want to see how we harmonize our regulatory frameworks within the country and even across borders in order for us to ensure that we bring in about what we call maybe interoperability. Now, this does not only speak, for instance, just at the technical levels where maybe our systems are able to operate or like speak to each other, but it also speaks to our laws. Our regulations in here should not be in conflict with the regulations, for instance, that are going to be sitting in another country. Because the moment we have got start up of a disconnect or something like that, it becomes very difficult for us to bring in about increased volumes in terms of trade amongst our countries. The other aspect is that private in the public sector, when we do some kind of partnership, we are able to bring in about infrastructure investment. At times, government may not have all the monies. Many countries at times have been struggling because of a number of responsibilities that we can. Some money may be sitting in private hands. But when we have got a system of the PPP, like private partnership, at a public and private, partnering together, we realize at times we are able to even pull capital together in order for us to bring in about the investment of infrastructure that will be able to help us as a region at the end of the day.
Thank you so much, PS. Mr. Lawal. Do you think digital payments can really play a gap, a role in bridging some of these gaps that we see currently existing to ensure that we actually do digital trade on a scale that is going to be pleasing to everybody? Do you think that is something that can be achieved?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. All of trade will eventually require payments, right? Unless we want to go back to the days of trade by barter. All of trade will eventually require payments, right? But if that payment is cumbersome, expensive, difficult, then you will struggle with trade. And a lot of what we're trying to do as AfCFTA, I got it right?
Yes, you got it right.
Yes. will be difficult, right? So I think payment is critical for trade, right? Now, the nature of that payment is also important, right? And you asked the question around digital payments. As long as payment requires international or foreign intermediaries, many of which who do not have Africa's best interest at heart, as long as that payment is expensive, either for MSMEs or even for corporates, we will still struggle, right? And the way to reduce the cost and create ubiquity is to do digital payments, right? We have seen many countries, Nigeria, Egypt, Zambia, Kenya, build digital payments infrastructure that have transformed their countries. Where we still struggle is how do we take that across the continent? How can I take the instant payment that Mohammed has spoken about in Egypt and make that interoperable with the instant payment in Nigeria, right? We will need to find solutions to those problems. And I'm hoping that some of the conversations that we'll have today will address some of those concerns, right? And the concerns are quite a lot. IntoSwitch is a technology company focused on Africa. And we've been trying to solve this problem for 22 years, right? We started out trying to create national infrastructures, payment infrastructures in multiple countries and then connect those countries together, right? And that was difficult, it was painful. But we succeeded as a business doing that, but we just never really cracked the Pan-African element of it. We realized, okay, we need something that is common, a way for customers to access the network. So we built a card network, a domestic card scheme that is now used in about 16 African countries. But we then ran into a different set of problems because regulation in each country was different, currency was different. How do you settle between Nigeria and Zambia without going to look for reserves in US dollars, for example? And I think what a lot of the things that we learned is that to solve payments, you need to solve, in my opinion, 4 things, right? You need to solve the issue of interoperability of payment networks, right? One country's network must be able to talk to the other. You need to solve the problem of regulation to harmonize the standards that exist between each of the countries. You need to solve the problem of access. How do people get access to the services and how do they transact amongst themselves, right? And then you need to solve the question of cost, which really means that you need to allow a number of people to play. The critical element for me, and I think the best way to explain it is using the African adage, it takes a village to raise a child. One entity cannot do it. And I know the AfCFTA Secretariat talks about creating an ecosystem. And I believe that that is the last critical element, to bring in players who have the same vision and the same goals and objectives into an ecosystem to solve the various elements of this problem, because one entity cannot do it. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Lau, you spoke of solutions that we need to be found in order for us to work around this as the African continent. When it comes to finding the solutions, how do you think stakeholders from both the private and public sector can just work together, collaborate to ensure that those solutions are found, they are there and they are effective in helping us to address these challenges?
If you look at the continent generally, you will find many success stories of public-private partnerships, right? Look in almost any country. You talked about what's happened in Zambia. I was listening to Mohammed and I felt, I wish every regulator would think like you to allow private sector to lead and regulation and government to support. But if you look across the continent, you will see examples of public-private sector partnerships solving a lot of the problems that we think are intractable. Government has the vision and the policies. Regulators need to help protect everybody. Private sector can bring investment. They can bring technology. They can bring innovation, right? And competition will ultimately lower cost. One of the things that I think is critical is how do we bring those success stories that are national to a Pan-African stage, right? How do we build public-private partnerships that are not national in focus, but Pan-African in focus? How do we get regulators to think about collaborating with each other to address the problem of multiple difficult regulations? We built a platform that we thought would solve Pan-African payments. We went to regulators to pitch it, and in every country, the regulatory requirements were different, right? Is it possible to set a common set of standards and requirements that if you decide you want to play Pan-African, you subscribe to those standards, you certify to those requirements, and you can then play in every country because everyone has agreed to the same set of standards? Those are the thoughts that I think we need to have as we think about public-private partnership, but at a Pan-African scale.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lau. Mr. Kamuta, please kindly switch on the side microphone as well as you speak into the one that you have. Thank you. Now, Mr. Kamuta, you are coming from a bank that deals with clients on a daily, different people that would want you to handle them differently, and also different people that are hearing about how technological advancements keep changing in today's world. They would want to see the bank come up with ways of how they can conduct trade using digital platforms, how they can make their payments using digital platforms. How do you think these digital payments platforms can be enhanced? What do you think can be done in bridging the gaps that we are witnessing currently?
Yeah, thank you. And let me just start, first of all, by introducing myself. So I represent Ecobank here. And Ecobank, we are a Pan-African bank. I think we have the largest presence of any bank in the continent. We are present in 35 countries in the continent. In each of those markets, we service every type of client, from retail, individuals, corporate, SMEs. And so I would say a very young bank because the bank was just started in 1985. But there's a reason why I say that. Because when the bank was started, the founders of the institution envisioned an organization that is African, that was supposed to provide first-class banking to people in the continent of Africa, and leveraging technology as much as possible. So that was the vision from day one. Now, because of that, the way we set up our technology from day zero was in a manner that if you have a customer or if you are a customer in one country in the continent and wants to make payments to another part of the continent, our technology is one. We run one technology platform. And that's important because when you start talking about digital trade, when you talk about payments, the way you organize and leverage technology is very important. So the bank was built up in a manner where you can come in through one connection and then you're able to access all those 35 countries in one go. So for example, I was just looking at my phone here, and if you give me your bank account now, and I'm here out of my account in Nigeria, I can be able to pay you in Uganda shillings instantly, right now, as we speak. That is live as we speak. It's not something that we are instant. So when you talk about digital payments and digital trade and leveraging technology for our clients, it's important that we sort of get the architecture right. But as we talk about the wider Pan-African view of payments, I always say it's important that you have to start at the country level. You cannot digitize payments in Africa if you've not digitized country by country. And when you come to the country and you talk about digitizing, you have to look at ecosystems, which are very important. So I think it's His Excellency the President yesterday was talking about us being practical. When you start being practical, how to help the farmers in a particular sector actually transact digitally? How do we make that real? The farmers who are going to the marketplace and they are trading on a daily basis, how do we digitize that? We have corridors. When we talk about payments, again, we talk about corridors. For example, the Zambia DRC is a huge corridor. There's a lot of flows moving through that. How do we ensure that that can be digitized? So when we take that perspective, for us as Ecobank, we believe that presence is important. And scale, I think it was my colleague here, Akim, talked about scale. Scale is important. So by us being present in each of these markets, we believe it is a very, very important step in actually digitizing payments. Then the second thing is, again, as we think about how to drive this forward, is leveraging that which has been built. The payments landscape in the continent, and I've had the privilege of being involved in it, for the last almost 3 decades, has been evolving. Technology has been changing, and we've moved from manual settlements to SCH payments to RTGS payments. It has evolved. So if we're going to be talking about how to drive digital trade, we must leverage that which we have built and build on that. It's not always where innovation has to disrupt everything and start from zero. I think there's innovation when you are building up on something. So we must build on we must build on that which has been tested and found to be working, and then now build on top of that, so that we can be able to move fast and be able to carry everyone. So for me, digitizing ecosystems is very important. Whether it's in people in the tea sector, people in the milk sector, real farmers, the real economy. If we can digitize that in Zambia, and they are all operating digitally, and we do the same thing in Tanzania, they are also now operating, digitally. And then we now are left with how do we then ensure interoperability, which is what Akim was talking about. How do we ensure this interoperability? And that brings the point of, when we start creating interoperability, there's a very important role that governments play. Central banks play. Central banks are charged with a very important responsibility. How do you create platforms that ensure, one, settlement can happen. Number two, the FX is available for settlement, and leveraging as much as possible our local currency. So again, that's a key component, and I'm hoping that in these conversations, I will be able to unlock that and actually make it real, make payments really real to the common person out there on the street. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kamuta. Just to make mention that we have somebody from the central bank on this panel. I hope you will help us understand more on what you just brought up. Now, when it comes to private-public partnerships, collaborations, what is your comment?
I think, one, it's absolutely important. Because picking up from what I've said about central banks and government, there are some things that we should not compete on. Okay? There are some things that we should just put it out there. We should not compete on some things. There are some things that need to be utilities that are deployed for public good, so that they are operated not for profit, but they are operated to provide that enabling environment. I go back to what His Excellency the President said yesterday around what His Excellency the President said yesterday about costs, where you can charge something and you make something very small, but actually stop a huge revolution. So when you create settlement systems that are utilities, that are almost not for profit, you then allow the private sector to build solutions on those rails. And that's important, because sometimes we want to commercialize everything. And there are some things that we should not be commercializing. We should be laying infrastructure that the private sector then now use to build solutions to solve for all those various ecosystems. So, to me, public sector is absolutely important in this whole conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamuta. Moving on to Ms. Michelle. We're good to go?
Hi, okay.
Okay, now, what role do you see digital payments playing in bridging the existing gaps in trade and financial payments under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area?
Yeah, no, thank you for the question, and it's fantastic to be here. Good morning, everybody. I hope you're doing all right. We've had a great start to the summit. No, it's a fantastic question. I think for me, I want to just go back a little bit and contextualize. Obviously, we're talking about intra-African trade. We want to boost intra-African trade. So how do we tap on payments to do that? I think payments are pretty much, at the heart of really enabling intra-African trade to happen in the first place. And so if we have very easy flow of, I'll go back to the context around data. Because at the end of the day, when we're talking about payments, we have to ensure that there's free flow in data, number one, right? And we're able to actually introduce payments in different ecosystems, as my colleague was saying earlier on. So one, we need to have very strong ecosystems in order to enable those payments to happen. But I'll also talk about what His Excellency the President Hakainde mentioned yesterday, which is very much about ease of doing business. How do we do business? How do SMEs trade? How do SMEs get paid? How do SMEs pay other people? It's all through payments, right? So if you don't have easy way to actually do the payments, it makes it very difficult for business to happen. And for productivity to happen, for profits to happen. So I think it's important that in order to enable trade to happen, that we make payments seamless and very easy to do. And then we just think, I'm just contextualizing first, and then we think about the future, right? So now we're doing a lot of business in other markets digitally. So in order for us to do that business, whether it's goods or services, because we do both goods and services, we have to pay for those goods and services. We have to pay for the services that we receive digitally, whether I'm doing trading in a market with China, or I'm trading with Zambia, or I'm trading with Zimbabwe. I want to be able to pay very, very easily. So those payment systems have to be enable me to try and do that. And I think as we move forward now, because you're going to have new forms of capital again, right? So we're talking about things like stable coins. We're talking about things like cryptocurrency. All these are digitized forms of finance. And in order to use those, you can use those to make payments through, new forms of paying. So for me, I think in order to make it really useful for businesses, especially SMEs, because we're dealing with SMEs in Africa, I think we need to either make the payments very easy to do, simplify things. I think I have a business, right? In order for me to pay my people who are working in, let's say, Tanzania and others in London and others in New York, the biggest headache I have is actually paying them, right? I'm thinking, I don't want to use the bank, no offense to any of the banks here, but I don't want to use the banks because half of the money is going to go from fees, right, to make those payments to my staff. So I look at alternative methods, whether is it crypto to crypto, or am I using something like PayPal, or am I using things like Western Union? But we're going to move away from all of that. And going back to central banks again, who are very, very critical, I think with central banks, again, you're going to play a very critical role in terms of digitizing and innovating around money in general, right? And then, of course, you're going to play a big role around helping with settlement as well. And that's why I think with PAPs coming in, you have an opportunity, I think, as central banks to innovate a little bit, create digital currency, and use digital currency also as a form of enabling payments for local businesses. And commercial banks can plug in there. And finally, to just finish off, the issue is very much around interoperability, right? So if I'm in Kenya, another colleague is in South Africa, somebody else is in Nigeria, I can't pay because our systems do not interoperate. It makes it very, very difficult. Or it's going to cost me an arm and a leg for me to be able to make a simple payment. So I get deterred as a business. I don't want to go to the other market because I feel like, no, I'm going to lose half of my money, so I'm not going to do it. Then let's also not forget, we have an informal ecosystem. Most of our businesses, they are informal. So most of them, want to be able to just exchange money with each other very, very easily. And most are still doing it with cash. Now, if you want to get them into a digitized formal system, how do we ensure that they can pay each other, right, in the informal setting, right? And remember, in the formal settings, they don't necessarily want to pay tax, for example. It's very difficult. Payments, again, enables for you to track tax payments, for example. But when you're in informal setting, how do we create opportunities for the informal setting to actually do payments? I think we can do this through simple things like mobile money. Even when you're offline, you can make payments, right, with your mobile. So that's the next phase of payments, and I think it's very exciting because then you're getting more and more people actually included into the financial ecosystem, The financial ecosystem, as President Hakainde mentioned yesterday, is changing. And we have to adopt. So we have to remove the rigidness of payments. I think there's a lot of rigidness still today on payments, and we haven't really solved that. And if we don't solve that, then our SMEs are not going to be able to trade. And if our SMEs are not able to trade, we're not going to get intra-African trade.
All right, thank you. Now, as we talk about the shift, we know that this shift requires both the public and the private sector to work together. How do you think then they can collaborate to ensure that there's smooth of shift in achieving what we want to achieve as the African continent at the end of the day?
I'm going to say this very, very diplomatically, and I really respect all our leaders. We heard from President, I was very inspired by President Boko yesterday from what he was saying, and I was also very inspired by my own president, who I've known for some time now. And I know he's very passionate about, supporting, for example, young people, supporting women to try and actually boost their opportunities for growth. But I really think governments have a big role to play to enable private sector to actually come in and do the bits that they cannot do. Because there's a lot of things, I think government, if you create the environment, businesses like ours, innovative businesses, innovative entrepreneurs, I know so many businesses in Africa, right? Young businesses in Africa who just needs the right environment for them to be able to come and trade, for them to be able to grow and scale, for them to access international markets through digital, because they can now, through digital. A trader here in Zambia can start to do business with a trader in China. A trader here in Lusaka can go and create new businesses, new products and services digitally. Right? But we need to make it easy for them to be able to do that. So the regulation and the rules have to be very clear, right? And that's why I think for the digital trade protocol is significant for the continent, because it helps to open up those doors, helps to create seamless, data flows, and helps those businesses. I know for SMEs, they're thinking, okay, what does this trade protocol thing mean for us? But it's actually creating an environment for you to be able to go and trade easily in all sorts of markets, right? So governments, we love our governments, we love our leaders. Please create the environment. We heard yesterday from His Excellency, President Hakainde, who committed, and President Boko as well committed to say we are providing that policy clarity that we want you to do this. And I also want to just urge, I think, on the continent, right? Because we're moving ahead now with digital assets, with stable coins, with cryptocurrency. We can't ignore these new forms of assets. We need to understand them, right? Because our young people are using them, by the way. In fact, in Africa is where you have the highest adoption of cryptocurrency in Nigeria, right? So we need to understand them, and we need to provide an environment for people to actually safely, interact with these assets. So for me, the government needs to provide an opportunity for private sector to be able to come and do what we are good at doing. And private sector also needs to communicate with government clearly in terms and follow the rules and the procedures, because the rules and procedures are there to actually support you to grow and to scale. They're not there, they're not supposed to be there to hinder you. So central banks make it a little bit easier for us to come and do what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kuvaras, you have a lot of things to respond to this morning. Michelle, I like the fact that you emphasized the love we have for our governments and our leaders. But yeah, we still need to work together to ensure that we see that shift. Mr. Bello, we are talking digital payments and how they can play a role in bridging gaps that exist, in ensuring that there's change. Everything is moving smoothly. We try to move away from the norms that we know and do things differently. What is your comments this morning?
Okay.
You can switch on the table microphone as well.
Okay. Am I audible now? Right. Okay, first let me also take the opportunity to introduce myself and what Nexim Bank does. Nexim Bank is the Export-Import Bank of Nigeria, and we were set up as a bank to finance diversification of Nigeria's foreign earnings. promoting trade, of course. So we do all things across the trade value chain to try and see how we can create competition for the traditional oil being the earner of Nigeria's foreign exchange by growing the non-economy. Now, for us, promoting trade has been one of the things we have done for 33 years now. But there have been borders, boundaries that have been created, because we've also always seen that trading with your neighbors is the first place you go to. If you go to Europe, 65% of trade is done with neighbors, and all across continents, except Africa, where only 15–16% of our trade is done with our neighbors. But what are the barriers? We've created so many barriers for ourselves around logistics, around currency, around payments, around even policies, trade policies, which many people have spoken about. So for us, bringing down these barriers is very important for trade between Africa. And we ask ourselves, really, is Africa not trading with itself? We don't think it's true. What we think is happening is that the trade Africa does cross-border with itself is undocumented. I think for Zambians, you just go to Kazambula or Chirundu and see what is happening there. And you start to understand that there is something happening that is not formal and it is undocumented. If you go to Nigeria, it's the same thing. In Nigeria, we say that there is almost $18 billion by estimate of trade that is undocumented with neighbors. So what is digital payment going to do? Somebody mentioned here that it's going to create a record of what is happening. It's going to be convenient. It's going to be easy. It's going to be reachable, okay? It's going to create inclusion of those that are doing the trade that are undocumented, okay? So if we can all go back to maybe 10 years ago in our domestic economies, payments was very difficult. Many of us have to go across banks, across counters to make payments. We have to either do it by cash if we want instant conclusion to any trade. But today, we have so many payment systems in our domestic economies that are operating in silos. When I say for purpose of AfCFTA or intra-Africa trade, we're operating them in silos. And I'm going to re-emphasize what everybody has spoken about, interoperability of payment systems in Africa. So today we have instant payments in Nigeria. Today, MoneyPoint, OPay, and payment systems in Nigeria are even bigger than banks. So in every economy, instant payment tools have been created that are not talking to themselves for the purpose of intra-Africa trade. And for us, we think that is where we have to focus by aligning policies between governments, by creating channels to connect each other, infrastructure, because I know you may ask me now what is private sector and government should be doing. Government aligns policies, smoothens regulations to allow the private sector to put in the infrastructure that will talk to each payment system in every domestic economy that will facilitate intra-Africa trade. So for us, PAPS is a good thing. It will provide that platform, one, to create payments and also do the settlement. Okay, I haven't heard people speaking because it is the most advanced system that is in place now. And again, when Central Bank speaks, they should tell us what they have done and how they are doing it to ensure that PAPS works. And once it works, it opens up trade in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bello. You speak of barriers that we've created for ourselves. In the last plenary session yesterday, one of the panelists spoke about how we Africans are brothers and sisters, but when it comes to crossing the borders, the story changes.
So I said we created boundaries for ourselves, and it's boundaries in every aspect of life. It starts with the border, which is imaginary, then goes to things like, for trade, logistics, currency, payments. They're all boundaries that we have created for ourselves. If you go to the borders, there is no boundary. They have their own economy, they have their payment systems, which we call smuggling or illegal payments, but they have a system that is working for them and is facilitating trade. Like I said earlier, we will use the trade that already exists, put it on a formal platform, then we can now start scaling it to now start getting to the kind of numbers we want to see for the development of African trade. Yesterday, I think it was the SG that said, we spend about $19 to $20 billion in charges using SWIFT. In case it hasn't sunk in, that's the GDP of more than half the African countries in existence today. We spend it in charges. So we can imagine if we create a system that we can use and this 18 billion to 20 billion is trading within Africa, not across the seas. $20 billion spent on charges. If we create a system, it will make trade cheaper, it will make it more efficient, and then it will bring inclusion of those that are already trading and are not documented. And I think it is things that we need to do yesterday, not today or in the future.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bello. Going to the central bank. Going to Mr. Kuvaras. We are talking digital payments as our very first question for this plenary session. What do you think these digital payments, what role do you think they can play in bridging the gaps? Let us start from there.
All right, thank you. For us, digital payments has been an enabler in terms of financial inclusion. If you just look 8 years ago, how many people were using mobile money? As we speak today, we're sitting about 13.5 million active customers of mobile money. That opens up the space for what people can do in terms of trade. Like Lamo put it, if I'm selling goods to Nigeria, Ghana, my chief concern is how will I get my payments? My buyer wants their good, I want my money. If I have access and I'm able to do this remotely, it opens up immediately. And from a central bank perspective, our chief concern is these people who are providing payments, are they licensed? Are they regulated? And that gives confidence to people to say that I can use this service, I'll be able to pay, the buyer will be able to get their goods and services. So the main concern again is, are they licensed? Is this safe? Is it efficient? And the people on the other side, if I'm sending through a fintech here in Zambia, is the fintech on the other side regulated? And in that respect, there are various bodies, whether it's ASCB, whether it's within SADC, where there's collaboration between various central banks to ensure that the people who are providing these payment services are regulated, and we can be able to collaborate and ensure that they are supervised effectively. So I think payments in any trade, I think it's been deliberated on and emphasized. It's a key ingredient. Before we can even deal in anything, will I get my money and will it arrive safely? And we need to ensure that we promote this trade. We see a lot in many things, and I think even in life, it's always tempting to look outside, but even in a community, in a family, sometimes you look for love in different places, and this time Africa relies on itself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kovaras. Now, you haven't come from the central bank, and obviously almost all the speakers spoke about how there's need for the central bank to just ensure that they work with the private sector in ensuring that we see this shift, have you collaborated with the private sector in ensuring that the shifts that we await to see is seen?
Yes. You know, the way, as a regulator, you always a step behind. You can't regulate what you don't know. So first of all, we must understand that, and that means speaking to the private sector, learning what new technologies are coming, and that way you can regulate and formulate the rules better with them. If you speak about risk management, we are serving the same people. If we manage risks together, we manage customers better. So we collaborate in various ways, whether it's shared infrastructure, whether it's through bodies at SADC, ASCB, FCTA. So there's a lot of collaboration that is happening, and I think we can always do better and see how that improves.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, through this conversation, we continue highlighting how digital payments impact on intra-Africa trade, as well as just ensuring that we we endeavor to secure cross-border digital payments on the African continent. My next question, I will start with Mr. Bello. We have seen how the African continent is working towards a unified digital trade ecosystem under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. What do you think are some of the key drivers that will enable a seamless and secure cross-border digital payments across the African continent?
I think, first of all, from the public sector side, I think the first thing that needs to be done is to harmonize policies and regulation. When that is done, it gives Hakim the power, or it empowers Hakim, the private sector, to now connect the different systems they have across Africa. They've built in, you said 22 years, all right? Then the second thing is that very important is to create, I think when people speak of safety, they're speaking of the trust infrastructure. How do you do your KYCs of users? Okay, if everybody that has a phone on his hand can make payments across different jurisdictions, how do you ensure that there is that trust infrastructure? I think the Bank of Zambia spoke about it when he said to ensure that a fintech fulfills a payment that is across borders, to ensure that those operating are genuine people, and so on and so forth. So those are very key. But then, importantly too, is capacity building. Those that we want to bring in to the formal payment system, a lot of them do not know the rules. They don't have the capacity to operate or make payments across borders successfully and not get cheated, because that is very, very important, and not get cheated. We need to build capacity both from the private and public sectors of each country and environment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bello. I will allow Mr. Isaac Kamuta to just speak to the same.
Yeah, thanks. I think I'll pick it up from there. So interoperability, I think, is an important thing, and it has been spoken about here. Because, as I said, the technology to do instant payments exists and has been there for some time, right? Whether it's QR, the technology is there. It exists. As I've said today, our clients are enjoying that. You can move money across 34 countries instantly in whichever currency. So the technology exists. But how do we move this technology from one institution to industrialize it so it becomes the way of life for everybody in the continent? I think that's what we are talking about here. How do we industrialize it or commercialize it to make sure that anybody can actually be able to enjoy that service? So I think to me the second thing that is critical there, which we don't speak about, is the issue around foreign currency. Because today we talk about, and I think she talked about PAPs, say we want to trade in your local currency. But if you ask the trader who is being paid, do you want to be paid in local currency or you want to be paid in foreign currency? He said, please give me US dollar. Why? Because the volatility in our local currencies makes trading in local currency completely unattractive. And I think that yesterday, in the session yesterday, someone talked about demand. I think it was one of the panelists. He said, it's all about demand. What do the clients want? So you don't solve a problem that doesn't exist. So foreign currency provision is key to cross-border trade because the settlement has to happen. And as long as one is sitting on Zambian kwacha and is trading on the other side with the Tanzanian shilling, the values, the exchange has to happen. That settlement has to happen in some way. Now, for that settlement to happen in a good, in a trusted environment, it is where central banks, to me, come in. Because central banks provide trust in settlement. Private sector can build the technology, which we have done. We have the rails, the technology. We can build all the techs. But the central banks, ability to provide trust that I will settle this transaction because it has happened for my citizens and I'll be able to settle on due date is critical. So to me, I think as we talk about solving the technology bit and enabling cross-border, the settlement part of it has to be dealt with. And it speaks to all issues around the foreign currency challenges that we have in the continent. We have foreign currency so scarce. And when it's available, it is, central banks are having actually to subsidize, to do, to support, specific sectors. So, because somebody mentioned and said in Europe, they're able to do cross-border payments very easily. Yes, because there's no foreign currency issues. But in Africa, we have to solve that challenge. And to me, I see the central banks being very key. And the third important point that needs to happen is, we talked about the central banks. I think he talked about 19 billion that we paid to SWIFT out there. So when we talk about then building a seamless cross-border payment system, I don't want us to move from paying SWIFT 19 billion and I start paying another Mr. Swift B here 19 billion. You get what I mean? So I've just shifted from paying SWIFT to coming and paying another African SWIFT here 19 billion. Then we've done nothing. So if it's really going to be meaningful to the continent, when we talk about eliminating that 19 billion, it must come to zero. And the only way it can come to zero is when central banks provide the infrastructure, the rails, so that no private sector has to be investing in it. Then we use it as private sector. We can build solutions, InterSwitch can build solutions, Ecobank can ride on it, any bank can ride on it, Fintech can ride on it, but we cannot move from paying SWIFT to come and start paying another person.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kamutu, for those insights. Mr. Lau, I will bring the same question to you. Please speak to some of the key drivers that will enable seamless and secure cross-border digital payments across the African continent.
Thank you. So I agree with a lot of the problems that Isaac has outlined, but I may have a different opinion on some of the solutions. I think fundamentally, Africa can leapfrog certain things, right? We're living in an era where technology is different and the nature of trade is different. Some of the policies that we're still living with were the policies that we used to manage when trade was rubber and cocoa, right? It was when currency was SWIFT. Today we have digital currency. So there's a lot that has changed that can allow us to rethink some of the the ways we're looking at solving this problem. Rather than thinking about a single currency, like Europe has done, why don't we think about a distributed ledger that is Pan-African in nature, that allows us to then create liquidity and trade directly between African currencies? That way, we do not need dollars or euros to facilitate our trade settlement, right? Rather than thinking about a central infrastructure, somebody to sit in the middle and create...
Sorry, Dr. Lau, are you able to switch on your table mic for the sake of our interpreters?
All right, that's fine, thank you.
Thank you.
I have it. So, rather than thinking about a central infrastructure, someone to sit in the middle and interconnect everyone, why don't we think about creation of Pan-African standards based on standards like ISO 20022, a set of requirements that everyone can then certify to. Then you don't need to, and those requirements include, for example, if you are going to do Pan-African payments, the entities on both sides need to be licensed. And once you conform or certify to those standards, then you can do Pan-African payments. Rather than thinking about creating a central identity, right, or identification documents, why don't we take the identities and create a digital version that is then transferable across? One of the biggest payment systems on the continent today is crypto, right? They've solved a lot of these problems using many of these technologies. The big problem with crypto, and it's the problem that we have as regulated players, and it's the problem that central bank has, is that no one understands what's going on. Nobody knows who the main parties or the counterparties is. And more importantly, a lot of the liquidity backing that is sitting outside of the continent. So we cannot benefit from it. But we can take the technologies and the principles and adapt them to our African situation. I do believe that the solution is rethinking some of the frameworks, principles that we're using to try and the problems, because we can.
Dr. Habenzo, I will also give you an opportunity to just speak to this.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think for me, I'll speak to two: digital literacy and also enhanced cybersecurity. So, starting from digital skills, you see that when a number of our citizens are not digital literate, it means that already they are excluded. Then they will not be able to actually be included in terms of, the trade that we are talking about. So then it becomes an issue where, as African countries, we also need to see how we look at our curricula in our schools, meaning that our children need to be introduced at an early stage, to skills that are going to, to the curricula that will be able to allow them, be able to have the skills that will enable them to trade, on these digital platforms at an early stage. The second thing that I look at is the FSM enhanced cybersecurity. You would not want to get into a platform that is messed where you can easily be swindled. And so this means that, African countries would have to look at how they can stiffen their laws in terms of cybersecurity, so that we have got a platform that is going to make it easy for us to do our trade. we have the Marabo Convention, I think, at the African Union level. And so already that one would then help us, when we are talking about issues to do with cybersecurity, including the Data Protection Act. We are living in a place where, I think, my president yesterday did mention it, that on one end you have maybe Nigeria importing beef from outside Africa, and then, find that maybe the other place, another country is producing beef. But then do we have the, systems that are able to help us get to know exactly what volumes, of goods either that we are, importing, in the other part of Africa, and then, when maybe the same are also being produced from the other part of, Africa. So it means that when we have got systems also in terms of maybe, our data laws, that will help us to get to know exactly what we are producing and where it is, what is it that we are consuming, what is it that, our, neighboring countries or maybe within Africa will require. That will also become some kind of an enabler for us to be able to, to carry on with this digital trade that we are talking about.
Thank you so much, PS. Now, when it comes to regulatory frameworks and also the role that central banks play, I will start with you, Mr. Fayez. How can African central banks harmonize these regulations when it comes to cross-border digital payments, and also in incorporating fintechs? How can companies collaborate with regulators to ensure that we create a secure, efficient digital payment ecosystem under the AfCFTA?
Thank you. From my point of view, I recall one challenge we have with, to use this or this?
You can use both for the sake of our interpreters.
Okay. I recall when we have our farmers in Egypt, they have something they call agriculture deeds. It's a document that makes sure you have your own land and you eligible for the subsidy. So when we issue some regulations with our agriculture bank in Egypt to transform the whole agriculture deeds into a digital card that can be by payments, that can he receive the subsidy, he can transact, buy and sell and receive his money. So, but currently it's just a national card and to pay and receive payment nationally only. We can, I think we can, if we, and I'm sure we have examples like this in all African countries. So if we can interoperate these networks rather than to rely on Visa or MasterCards to connect our international networks together, so the farmers can sell and buy seamlessly and freely without bearing costs, and even the banks can finance because they can see the transaction over their accounts. Only one thing I recall, when we have some of the informal sector in Egypt don't have formal documents. They transact without documents and documentation, and they want to go to the bank to open an account for the burden of the KYC and the documents had been to be prepared in a formal way to open account and to transact. So we issue a regulation also to issue the economical activity account. So by your national ID only, you can go to the bank and open an account to transact for business use. So if we can connect these national IDs of all African countries that can have the same economical account, we can transact seamlessly across all accounts to enhance and boost the trade across African continent. That came to my mind right now.
Okay, Mr. Fayez, now given the extensive experience that you have in this field, obviously, could you share with me and the audience an example of a challenge you have encountered in the sector that has been successfully addressed through policy, or one that a policy could potentially address?
Yeah, we have a challenge that most of the banks in Egypt doesn't want to finance MSME. So we issue a set of regulations 4 or 3 years ago to mandate all the banks in Egypt to direct 25% of their lending portfolio to finance MSMEs. Otherwise, you'll be penalized. So this is a harsh regulation, but it transforms the lending portfolios for MSMEs in Egypt. I think 395% increase in the last 3 years in the lending portfolio. And we currently have 30% of the banking portfolio are directly to lend MSMEs. And we also build an MSMEs department in the central bank to see and to oversee the quantitative and the qualitative strategies the banks, how did they will achieve the 25%, how do they raise their capacity, the hiring process, the enhancing turnaround time to serve small businesses in Egypt. So capitalizing on this infrastructure, we currently have a huge amount of relationship managers and a huge amount of infrastructures that have been built digitally and now you can in Egypt to apply for a loan digitally and get your loan on 15 or less than 1 month to finance your business. And most of them are now currently freely transact over the account. So connecting these central banks and regulations to copycat them, and we learn from each other, and we can replicate success stories within across all Africa to entry to push the intra trade. That's my point of view. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Faiz. Mr. Kamuta, I will also allow you to come in on this one. We are speaking harmonizing regulations by the central bank when it comes to cross-border digital payments. Also, as you speak to this, how can fintech companies also collaborate with the central bank, as well as regulators, in ensuring that they create a secure and efficient digital payment under the AfCFTA?
So let me start with the first example of, I think, a use case that we've seen work very, very well for us. We have a very important sector called shipping and logistics, and which is, I think, a very important part of trade, because goods will come to the sea, they need to be cleared. You have clearing and forwarding agents coming in to pay, and the goods need to be cleared very fast. If the ship cannot leave very quickly, this incur demurrage costs. So I think we've been able to leverage our technology, especially in our West African market, and I'm speaking about Ghana, for example, here, to be able to digitize those flows to ensure that every player in that ecosystem of shipping and logistics can be able to pay digitally, whether it's the clearing and forwarding agents, whether it's the exporters, the shipping, and including the tax component, because also there's a customs and duty payment that needs to be made. And I think we have been able to leverage the technology that I'm talking about here to ensure that whole sector is fully digitized. And then you can expand that to the corridors, because the ports in West Africa serve a number of countries. You may find the port in Lome is actually supporting a number of neighboring countries. So we've been able to digitize that whole ecosystem and make sure that those payments are actually happening seamlessly in that sector. So that's one sector where I think we've been very successful. And you can think about the addition of things like financing. Once you digitize, then you can come in and actually you can be able to digitize someone who needs to make a payment, but they don't have the cash now. So there's a lot of things that you can do once you have gotten that ecosystem right. And that's why I'm a believer in ecosystem digitization of payments, where you take an entire ecosystem and actually digitize it well. Now, the payments can be either instant payments, they can be through QR. There are various payment methods that you can use, but eventually it's instant. You give people visibility and you're able to do that quite effectively. So I think that's one sector that we have been able to do very well. And another sector which I think is important, we have a lot of manufacturers in our markets in the 33 countries that Ecobank operates in. We allow a manufacturer to have one account, and then you're able to export to the various countries, and you don't need to open accounts in those countries. You get paid to your central account that we hold for you in one country. We call that service Rapid Collect, and it's a very, very, I think, service that's being enjoyed by our clients. So these are things that are working today that we speak that our clients are enjoying. And when you hear me talk about industrialization, is how do we move it from it being enjoyed by 2% of the African population, how do we scale that to get it to a wider population? Now, coming back to the fintechs, I think fintechs have a huge role to play in the continent. What I like about fintechs is they also play in that sector. They solve specific problems in a particular segment and do it very well. In banking, we tend to be general. We try to be everything to everybody, and sometimes we then become slow. We don't respond very fast. But fintechs can be able to focus on a specific sector, maybe transport sector or a specific corridor, and actually digitize those flows and move very, very fast. So they have a very important role to play, and we see fintechs as partners, and they can be partnering with the banking sector, or they can be partnering with the regulator to support some of the rails that we've talked about here. So I think they are critical because you can be able to achieve speed, agility, move very, very fast. And again, sometimes regulations are good, but regulations will slow us down because as a bank, we have a lot of protocols that we follow through to even deploy a solution. Because of the trust component. We make sure it's done well. But fintechs can be able to move fast, they can be able to experiment and actually be able to solve some of the problems faster. So I see them as collaborators, partners, and that partnership should be whether with the regulators, whether with the banks themselves, or even with some of the players, ecosystem players in the market, whether it's shipping companies, in the agricultural sector. It can be anything. So fintechs, I see them as people that we should collaborate, partner with to be able to accelerate, digital payments and help AfCFTA achieve the vision that they have very quickly.
Okay, lastly, I will throw this to the central bank. We have in this room the central bank being represented by Mr. Kuvaras. Mr. Kuvaras, we're talking harmonization when it comes to regulations for cross-border digital payments. Just speak to this from the central bank's perspective.
Yeah, it's a very important exercise in terms of harmonization, especially of regulations and laws. If you just picture, if you want to introduce SFTA very handy to begin that conversation. What we're doing here is very important. Able to meet the standards of this country compared to another country. So I think conversations are very important if we are to answer to the needs of our fintechs. Even we as regulators, are we becoming a roadblock to encouraging these people to come into our space? So from back of Zambia perspective, we have what we call a regulatory sandbox, and that allows fintechs who may not be able to meet certain very maybe wondrous requirements to come into the regulatory sandbox and to be able to test product in a controlled environment. And from there, we learn, and it allows them to take their product to the market in a much faster rather than through the licensing framework. That's what I can say.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of the session, allow me to just mention that once all the panelists give their call to action, we're going to allow for a Q&A and just give them an opportunity to respond to some of the questions that you might have for them today. In coming to the conclusion of this session, what immediate actions should governments, financial institutions, as well as fintech companies take to ensure that we create a seamless, secure, and inclusive digital payment ecosystem under AfCFTA, and how can each institution lead this transformation? I'll begin with you, Mr. Fayez.
I think first action is to talk together. We are not, I have to confess, we are not talking together in a proper way. We meet every now and then through meetings or through conferences, but we don't have an open channel to think together and to put an action with a clear timeline. I think we must start with interoperability with our systems. This will put us in a different way immediately, because most of us are ready, but every country is ready alone, but we are not ready together. So the first thing, action, is interoperability with our systems, and to activate the PAP systems and the other ideas we heard yesterday and we heard today, to call it into action and okay, let's put this action, we can do it, okay, we cannot do it, so let's go to the other action. So this is my opinion, yeah, from today.
Thank you very much. PS, over to you. From the government's perspective, what is your call to action?
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. So, from the government perspective, how do I put it now? Okay, number one, we see that government to have a key role, that we have to play, across the African continent. If at all, we are to ensure that at the end of the day, we bring in what we require really as a continent. Regulatory frameworks, like we already initially spoke about, the laws that we are developing within our country ourselves there, being harmonized with the laws that our sister countries are also coming up, and that's why at some point I did mention about the Malabo Convention at African Union level. This becomes some kind of what is guiding us, especially when it comes to matters of the laws around maybe cyber security and even data protection at the end of the day. When we would not have some kind of unified legal frameworks or the laws that are able to speak to each other from one country to another country, then obviously it becomes something that is very difficult for us to know exactly how we are going to work together. So it's a call. We have got maybe in regional side there, SADC, we have got COMESA, we have got ECOWAS and whatever it is like that. Probably we could actually start from there, where we say, what type of legal frameworks are we coming up with? And then how are they going to help us in order to ensure that at the end of the day, we are able to increase the volumes of trade within ourselves as African countries. And so probably that is what I would actually say from the point of government. I think this is exactly something that we need to look at and then ensure that we are coming up with laws that are going to make it easy for ourselves and our people out there.
Thank you so much, PS. Mr. Lau, your immediate call to action.
Thank you. I will break it down into who I think needs to act. The first will probably be the AfCFTA Secretariat.
You got it right.
Thank you. And I think a platform such as this is really powerful, right? But it shouldn't be a once in a year type of thing. I think it's really important that in trying to build that system, we make it possible for private sector, regulators, governments to have constant conversations around what are the problems and what are the solutions. So the call to the action for AfCFTA will be can we have an ecosystem that allows those conversations to happen on an ongoing basis, right? On top of what it is that is being done. The second call to action will be for regulators and government. Regulators and governments, rightly so, think national laws, national regulations, national policies. But it's a need now to think African. What changes do we need to make to our policies, our regulations, to allow Pan-African trade and Pan-African payment to thrive? And for that, I think there is a need to create a set of unified standards and certification requirements for those who want to play on a Pan-African basis. For the private sector, fintechs included, there are reasons why regulators ask us to do certain things. There are risks that we have not seen. There are public interests that we have not taken care of. We need to begin to look at what are the technologies out there, what are the requirements of the regulation, and build that into our products and services so that in trying to solve a problem, we do not create a much bigger one. And I think the final call to action is really for all of us. Can we begin to think African? Can we begin to think interoperability? Can we begin to think open access? And can we begin to think as Africans? That's my call to action for us.
Thank you so much. I'll give an opportunity to Mr. Kamuta to also respond to that.
I think for me, the call to action here, I would say is two fronts. So one, again, to the AfCFTA. When you take a Visa card or a MasterCard and you put it in an ATM machine, and you're in Zambia, you get kwacha or whichever currency that box gives you. And sort of your accounts is debited and everything happens. There's a lot of effort in foreign exchange happening in the background, but it's not visible to you. As a user, as a trader, you transact. If you are doing a shopping in a shop, you pick your goods, swipe your card, you get your goods, and you walk away. There's immediate confirmation that you've got your goods, and sorry, Mr. Swimming man on the stage. So you get that instant confirmation, and you get your goods and you walk away. But there's a lot of things that happen in the background. There's FX, there's settlement, but it's completely invisible to you as a user. That's what Visa and MasterCard do. I think the call to action, we have to have our own of what I've just described here. That if you see that logo, and that logo is whatever name you want to call it, it ensures that you get value, you get settlement, and that transaction does not leave Africa. It stays here. The settlement happens here. Whatever the FX happens, is at the background, is not visible to you, it stays here. Once we achieve that, which to me is not something that should take long, and it cannot be solved by one person. It's not something that one entity can go and solve. It takes the banks, the technology, the regulators, all of us together to solve that. It's something that can be done in less than 12 months. And we have our own thing. So if you want to pay in Africa, you'll have a logo that says, this is how you pay in this continent. And we are switching all that here. That will unlock trade, it will unlock, because at the end of the day, there is just simple goods or whatever, but it will unlock trade and, cut down that $19 billion that we've talked about and just open up an entire ecosystem for development, for innovation and very many other things. So to me, that is one thing I would like to really put out there, because I know there's PAPs, but we've talked about it for quite some time, right? So we need to just move a little bit step further. I think there's a huge role of central banks to play in this, and all the private sector entities to come up with something that works for us in the continent, and so that when we hand over this to the next generation of people who come, they will never know whether there was something that called Visa or MasterCard that existed in the continent here. Then I think we'll have succeeded, as in this whole initiative. And I think, to me, role of government is absolutely critical. Nobody can do that for us. We have to do it ourselves. Yet it's available, it is doable, it can be done very quickly, and it can bring a huge revolution in digital payments in the continent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ms. Chivunga, your immediate call to action, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think for me, it's very simple. My call to action is actually to act. I think we spend a lot of time talking and a lot of dialogue, lots of conferences. I'm not saying those are not important. They are absolutely important. I think, we can exchange, but we spend a lot of time over the years, having the conversations, and a lot of the things that you raised, in terms of, what's the one solution for us as a continent. I think we have it. I think we actually have it. So when we're talking about, settlements, when we're talking about currency, when we're talking about foreign exchange, I actually think, and I think a couple of our leaders agree with this, that we need to have less reliance on foreign currency. That is absolutely fundamental. Because if we're going to move forward and constantly having to rely on FX to do what we need to do, I think we're going to move steps backwards. So we need to find a way of strengthening our currencies. We need to find a way of, looking and saying, look, how do we strengthen our currency? How do we create systems, African systems, that we're able to trade and do business? And even internationally, other systems can plug in using things like APIs, using the tech. We have the technology, we've got the solutions, but we also have to understand. For me, I have to go back on the education. President Hakainde yesterday mentioned it as well. We have to upskill, we have to learn, we have to shift with the times, right? So my call to action to government and to everybody else is that we need to build our own skill set. We need to invest in building and upskilling our human capital. Because when you invest and upskill your human capital, we're able to address these problems that we're talking about here. We shouldn't take 22 years to solve something, I think. Because the solutions are actually there. So when you're talking about basket of currencies, when you're talking about FX issues, when you're talking about, interoperability, we have, for example, stable coins that you can create, a basket of currencies, African currencies. You strengthen that, and you trade with those African currencies. You don't necessarily need to have the dollar circulating there. No, but you can also interact with the dollar in a different setting. So for me, the call to action is that let's act. Let's create new solutions. Let's test them out. We've got the sandbox. We've got sandboxes. The countries in Ghana has sandbox. Zambia has sandbox. Many of our countries have testing grounds. So let's just act and let's just do it. For governments, my call to our leaders is allow, for this to happen. Allow for innovation to come in to help even the governments, right? Allow us to help governments to talk to each other in a more efficient manner using technology. Allow our non-stop border project our president talked about to happen, and for us to digitize that non-stop border, right? Allow the Lobito corridor to operate, because you got 4 countries there. You digitize, you introduce that basket of currency I'm talking about, you introduce stable coins, you create new solutions, but you need to be able to allow that, and don't let the regulation kind of come in the way to stop innovation to happen. My call to action is to act.
Thank you so much. I'll allow Mr. Bello to also highlight his immediate call to action.
Yes, I'll also ride on Michelle's contribution of ACT. Listening to everybody here, we have regulators here, we have public sector here, government, we have the operators, we have the private sector, we have banks, maybe no fintech, but the private sector generally. It seems the solution is known. Everybody who has spoken here has spoken of the solution, but we keep theorizing on problems. We theorize on the opportunities we're seeing. We're theorizing on outcomes that we want, but we're not acting. we have to just act. So my call to action, I'll write on your submission, is let's stop all this talking and act. Let's start giving ourselves targets and benchmarks that we must meet before the full operationalization of mobile payments across borders in Africa. We should start acting and stop talking.
Lastly, Mr. Kuvaras.
All right, thank you. My call to action would be on the issue.
Mr. Bello, are you able to just help us switch off the microphones on the other tables?
Okay, thank you. My call to action would be on digital ID. I think with digital trade, you are buying something maybe from someone you haven't met, and you have a lot of chances that come in, unscrupulous individuals trying to steal your hard-earned money. So it's also very important that we instill confidence in these systems. And what a digital ID does is now there's another layer where you're able to validate that indeed I'm dealing with Michelle, I'm dealing with Lemar, and with that confidence, once somebody has been defrauded, it sort of erodes confidence from certain systems. And what we want to do is to make sure that we maintain that confidence and get everyone involved. Law enforcement agencies, sometimes we move 10 steps forward. When we have a case, that's when we take it to the law enforcement agencies. They don't know what systems we're using, what is this, so let's carry everyone along and make sure that we are up to speed, move as an ecosystem, and that's where sensitization comes in. As we introduce these digital products, whether it's banks, whether it's fintechs, let's educate our customers, let's educate law enforcement agencies, and make sure we move as one ecosystem. If there's a problem, we all suffer, so let's make sure that everyone along. Thank you.
Great. At this juncture, we are going to allow for from our audience. And Mr. Bello, please kindly help me switch off the microphone on. And thank you very much. We'll quickly get into our Q&A. Do we have any questions in the audience? I can see 1, 2, 3 hands. We'll take the questions in a set of 3 and just allow our panelists to respond to them. Do we have a microphone in the audience? Our ushers, are you able to help us take the microphone around in the audience?
Thank you so much. My name is Brian Omkota from Kenya. I'm here on behalf of smallholder farmers. I have actually 3 questions to 1, the government, 2, the banks, and other stakeholders. To the government, we cannot be talking about digital trade when the cost of internet is still high. What are we doing to tackle that? Secondly, and I want to borrow to the words of His Excellency Boku when he talked about the majority of the people, and for my case, the smallholder farmers, are not in this room. What is the government doing to just go and share, for example, what is being discussed in this room to the people on the ground so that we can have the change we want? To the banks, again, my second question is, the bureaucracy, what are we doing to reduce the bureaucracy in terms of, for example, having an account and accessing the loans? The challenge smallholder farmers have, for example, in East Africa is that the cost of accessing the loans for women and youth is a bit high, and the requirements, for example, they'll want collateral. Women, for example, majority of women don't own land. What are the banks doing to enable women and youth, for example, in agriculture, access the loans easily? And then to maybe the other stakeholders, what are we pushing, or maybe what is our role towards pushing the ICT and maybe the interventions in respective areas we're doing, be it health, agriculture, trade, to accommodate Africa in terms of the processes the challenges we are having. For example, the cost of production generally in Africa is high. That's why you are finding that we are exporting raw materials and buying finished products. What are we doing to address that as all the stakeholders in the platform? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are guided to restrict your questions to only one so that we can give an opportunity to almost everyone in this room to ask their burning questions. And as you ask, please kindly make them brief. Thank you.
Thank you. I will try to be very brief. My name is Koum Claude from the Cameroon National Shippers Council. My question is very simple. I have a question about the PEPSSS, the Pan-African payment system. Part of CFA zone involved. Is there a specific obstacle? Is that my question?
We shall take the third and last one for this round, and then we'll give an opportunity to the panelists to respond. I can see a hand there.
Hello, I'm here at the back. Hi, my name is Sid Palmer. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, all the panelists, for that insightful talk. As much as I would like to say, and I quote from my favorite Marvel movie, with great power comes great responsibility. And I implore you guys, as a secretariat, as AfCFTA, to educate the masses over here about what crypto is. Stable coins. I don't see any that. And there is a lot of lingo being used, you know, about Bitcoin and stable coins, but very few of us over here understand what that is. And I'm willing to do that for you guys anytime, willing to travel, not a problem, but I'd love to spread that gospel, because that is what is going to get the base layer of digital trade happening in the first place. So thank you, and I don't have any questions. Thank you.
We shall get quick responses to those questions. Who is going first?
I could take the question to the banks, on one, accessibility. I think increasingly with the advent of mobile banking now, and also mobile money becoming more available, I think more and more people now have access to what you would call basic banking services, which is ability to receive money, ability to be able to make your payments. You can actually do that out of the banking system today through mobile money. And I think our director from Zambia, our director talked about the growth in mobile money in just Zambia. And we see that across all our markets. So the key now is, how do we connect the mobile money to the banking system and ensure that you can be able to move money across from mobile money, mobile wallets into banks? And I think that's progressing. And a lot of governments are supporting that, because it, of course, brings financial inclusion and makes finance accessible to everybody. The second question is around lending. Banks, generally speaking, are scared of lending because they feel if they give you the money, you won't pay it back. That's what banks are scared about. And when I know you're a small holder, but if you are 1 million of you, and the bank gives you $3,300, and all of you disappear, the banks will have an exposure. So the whole idea around how do we leverage other methods of lending that are not the traditional lending, which is how do you use data, which I think is what she talked about. How do we use data? How do we use your payment flows that you are doing on your mobile money for me to make a determination on how much I can give you? And once I give you the money as well, how do I leverage the same technology to make sure that you don't take the money and go on holiday? You can continue doing the business you were doing before. But that's the issue. That's what we're worried about in banks. You come, I give you $10,000 for you to run a shop. Once you get it, you go on holiday. Then you say you'll come and sort other problems later. And then I'm left there with a $10,000 loss across 100 people, right? So how do you use technology to ensure that you can continuously monitor that you continue doing what you are doing before I gave you the loan? And all that technology is available now so that more and more people can have actual access to finance. And there's a lot of DFIs, development finance institutions, that are working with us to make sure that more and more money is available to those small-scale farmers, so that more people can access finance and we develop their continent.
I want also add to what Isaac said. There is also a problem with the collaterals. I think most of the farmers doesn't have a collateral to provide for the financial institution to get the loan. So we have a success story in the African Guarantee Fund. We can mobilize some of the funds to support agribusiness and support the export between African continents as a fund for supporting farmers to trade and get the loan needed to export as well. And for the interest rate, I think most of the governments in the African countries have subsidies for government. In Egypt, we give farmers a loan with 0% for crop financing and 0% also to transform into modern irrigation systems. So, and I think this is across all the countries also. DFIs also have some of the active lines to support agribusiness. So I am quite sure you will find some solutions in this regard.
Thank you, Mr. Faiz. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid we have to end the session here because two of our panelists have got flights to catch. The more we keep them in here, Mr. Faiz is one of them. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge hand for my panelists for being amazing this morning. My name is Evanes Nankala, and I have been your moderator for this session, and I will hand you over to the MC, Samuel. Thank you.
So as they prepare for the group photograph, I've been reminded that those of us who took the QR code very early in the morning today, what you had is actually for yesterday. So you may want to take it again. The new one is for this session. So please take it again. And then the camera team have also reminded me that we don't seem to have, or we seem to have some empty seats. So if you are seated behind some empty seats, kindly move forward, please, so that we reserve the seats at the back for colleagues who will be joining us later on. So thank you very much, Evanes, for that wonderful session, comprehensive one. We have Plenary 5 next. And this is going to be with, conversation with Tahir on fostering digital inclusion in Africa. Tahir is the founder, Tahir Initiative for Development. That session is going to be moderated by Mr. Godfrey Tizwa. He's a journalist, CNBC Africa. Let's put our hands together and welcome moderator Godfrey. We can do it again, please. Let's put our hands together for Godfrey. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we put our hands together and welcome Mr. Tahir as well? Let's put our hands together for him, please.
Azerbaijan? Anyone? I see a hand at the back, yes? Baku. Grand Prix is going to be this year. Nobody. Who knows who won the Azerbaijan Grand Prix last year? Oscar Piastri. Well, it's a little lesson in history, ladies and gentlemen, that there's some amazing things. Unless these things are introduced to us, we don't know that they are taking place. And the gentleman in front of us, I guarantee you, most of you have never heard of him, but he's got an incredible story. He runs a family business worth $1.8 billion in Azerbaijan. They're in technology, and they want to move into other areas onto the African continent. I will not tell his story. I'll ask him to tell his story. Tahir, welcome.
Thank you very much. It's a great privilege to be here with you. It's my first time in Zambia. Very excited. I want to thank Mr. Secretary General, His Excellency Wamkelemene, for inviting me here. Azerbaijan has a lot of parallel stories with Africa. We are a very young country. We got our independence in 1991. Our GDP when we started was $1 billion, a fragmented country. Our late president, Mr. Heydar Aliyev, brought the country together. And through the choice of the people, his son, Mr. Ilham Aliyev, has brought the country that had a $1 billion GDP to a $77 billion economy today with 10 million population. And we now have a state oil fund of Azerbaijan that has more than $62 billion in its reserves, one of the most transparent oil funds in the world. And some of the visionary steps that Azerbaijan has taken, I thought as a businessman that has relevance to Africa. And one of it is about digital government. We have an e-government service called Asan. Asan in Azerbaijani language means easy, easy government. As well as, I'm going to talk about Asan, as well as our investments in space technology, Azercosmos satellites, which are telecommunication satellites. As you know, Azerbaijan, as you might know, is one of the very active members of non-aligned movement. We believe in total respect to other people's sovereignty. And I am here with the best intentions, with the most a loving heart to do whatever I can do for Africa, for here. Thank you. Myself, I'm a businessman. We have around 23,000 employees back home. And I have two passions. One is technology. We have the largest artificial intelligence, cloud migration, enterprise and government infrastructure company in Azerbaijan, as well as in Turkey and in that region. So me as a private person have this company, AI and technology. My government has this e-government system. And my second passion is agriculture. It is the place where you can touch lives of millions. And my company back in Azerbaijan, we have around 1 million square meters of very high-tech agriculture. And I am very keen, hopefully with God's grace, to bring all this know-how and technology to Africa. So this is a short brief about why I'm here.
You're in the right place. Can I give you some statistics? So, Africa, these are figures of the African Development Bank, is home to 65% of uncultivated Arab land in the world. It's the most in the world. So tell us, if you were to engage here with perhaps like-minded people, what would you offer from an agriculture perspective?
I think the best thing one can offer is to unite the efforts of thousands of farmers to create a system where you're engaging with them, where you are selling them products and services they need, but you're a patient seller in the sense that you might even give them credits. Meanwhile, educate them, help them produce what they want to produce, help them sell it, and create a kind of a family, in a spirit of family, where you are there as an enterprise that has achieved professionality. You have a certain organization full of people that are extraordinarily dedicated. And if I were to establish something here, it would be, of course, we would have our initial directors coming here, our own know-how. My hope is that in a very short time, this organization is by locals to the society, are very business-minded, very focused, because a business has to make money in order to pay salary, in order to invest and to grow. I think there's a lot of elements missing in here in terms of hard finance, infrastructure, investments that we can bring in. I think we can bring in to be the translator between the banks you mentioned, African Development Bank. They see corporations like us that are capable to bring large-scale projects to here, as well as given our experience of dealing with thousands of farmers back home, studying pesticides, herbicides, the know-how, how to apply the latest seeds, introducing the seed business into Africa. Even your products must be born in this continent. The tomato that is born in here will love this land, will know this land, will be streetwise, will know how to survive the heat, the temperatures, the cold. And these are all very, very large-scale, long-term, patient investment. And agriculture is where you need at least 15 to 20 years to reap the benefit. The problem we have is a lot of short-term thinking of capital that comes outside, VCs that want a very short-term return on what they want to put. They're going to very high-end, very popular technologies, drones, and that you will take your money out in 5 years. Agriculture is about listening first and understanding what is the requirement in here. I really think selling very simple technology that will help farmers do drip irrigation, that itself, it's nothing genius. But if it's done with a good intent, where you lend to the farmer, say, sir, I'm going to give you this free of charge, and please save your water, and what products you increased, I want a portion of it because I have to survive. From there, when you sell it, give back to me, and I'll give you a second thing. By the way, sir, this is African seed. Try this. Help us. And through these patient, genuine, in a sense, a really religious attitude, and religious in Latin is religare, to bring things together. If you manage to set up an organization with this mindset, it will succeed.
Yeah.
And I think that's the essence here.
Yeah. I'm going to talk to you about your business model, because you and I spoke about this before we came here. And I really would like to explore how you think it could connect on the continent. But before you do that, you're reminding me of two other things. There's often this saying, and you hear it at international conferences such as this, where they say Africa is the only place, or one of a few, where we produce what we don't eat and eat. That alludes to the big import bill that we have on African food. I think the figure is somewhere north of $100 billion. Let's talk a little bit about the other side of your business, which is the technology side. AI, as we all know, is sweeping the world. Give us your thoughts in terms of how you think, one, we could use it on the continent, and perhaps from a business perspective, what you could do on the continent.
It is very important we understand how important digital trade is. A farmer in the back countryside of Zambia or Kenya, by giving them access to the internet, she can immediately open a website or sell her product in a website website, e-commerce website, and have direct access to the outside world without any intermediary. The greatest that makes the money, the poor farmer doesn't. So I think first we have to understand the significance of digital trade. That is why, for me, the institution of e-government, digital identity, digital signature, and space telecommunication, space technology are the three important technologies I want to bring along with me. I think this is the integral part of making Africa produce. So I'm thinking to myself, if I have access, if I can give a country access to my telecommunication satellite, which Azerbaijan, Cosmos 1 and 2 are floating at 35,000 kilometers, they are geostationary orbit. You can discuss, you can talk to any village in the most remote part of Africa 24 hours 7, giving them access.
Are these ideas going elsewhere? Are you already implementing this? Let's talk about that.
Absolutely. At the moment, 25 countries in the world are already trying Asal Khidmat. 12 countries in Africa are now trying our Asal services. And I'm here as their implementation partner. I want to bring here. And what is my dream? What do I want to do? 500 million Africans don't have access to internet. I'm asking myself, how can I help? How can I ask my government to give the best possible tariffs? Not a predatory mindset, but a cooperative mindset. Bring this nation to my idea is to come here and invite you to Azerbaijan, the delegates, the ministries of technology, to say, come and buses that go to the villages in the far remote corners of Azerbaijan to do all the IT services, the e-government services for people that can come to the city. Come and see us. What can we provide? And the idea is to set up an organization in Africa that is bringing those technologies here. And then that is the seed of a giant corporation, because I want to be involved in setting up schools to help digitization of this continent. And then start all these ventures. This will be the start of all the other ventures that will sprout from here. And if you have e-government, if you have telecommunications, if you have agriculture, if you have an organization that, in my mind, I think this is a great combination. This is my first trip. I don't know anyone here except His Excellency. I'm just telling you my dream, but everything starts with God doesn't give you what you wish. For God to give you what you want, you have to burn. It has to be genuine. And I think I have that. I come here hoping that I will be able to do that.
Thank you. Thank you. A long time ago, I think before a lot of you were born, there was a region called Southern Rhodesia. It combined what is to present-day Zimbabwe and Zambia. So I am going to go back to those colonial times, and I'm going to wear the hat of Southern Rhodesia in the context of to you, Tahir, representing the Zambian government or the Southern Rhodesia government, and I am coming to you as an investor, and I'm asking the question, what would you want if we were to say to you, come and invest here? That's a message to the government. To potential players in the private sector, if you were to partner with them to invest, what would you want?
First of all, I want to meet them. I want to network here. I want to know. Secondly, we have done mistakes, and I want to share that with the government in here. The world is going through we're talking about potential of AI. AI is probably the greatest benefit and the greatest calamity. You can set up chatbots, you can set up accounts in media, millions of them that don't really exist, to destabilize a nation in 2 weeks. So there's a lot of things, information that I think that can be shared across. And how do you start all this? It's networking. It's coming. I would love to hear from you. I'm here to hopefully, if we manage to work with the government in Zambia, with Kenya, I'm very keen with Kenya. President Ruto's daughter, Charlene Ruto, services, and I'm very keen to meet them to explain. And to start from those services, and I would love to come and visit very often, see the agricultural fields, see the vast arable lands you have, and develop projects together.
I don't want to share him alone, so I'm going to open up the debate to the floor. I think we've got about 10 minutes or so. We'll try and pack as many questions as we can. If you can raise your hand, identify who you are. I always say, if you can ask a question better than me, raise your hand. I see a hand right at the back there. Do we have a microphone for it's a gentleman or a lady?
I want to comment on one thing. Africa is doing a lot in AI, extraordinary projects, even in e-government. Zambia has Smart Zambia. Kenya is doing amazing. Absolutely. The reason I said we want some ministers' high-level visits was to initiate a government dialogue to find out what you have done, what we can learn from you, and what we have done, so that that would be do the gap analysis and see how we could cooperate together. Thank you.
Thank you. We can take another question. There's a hand here.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nasilele. I work for an organization called Digital Opportunity Trust. I'm excited about your presentation. I just wanted to ask you something about space innovations as one of the key things in innovations. So I wanted to ask what's the cost in implementation of that? Because sometimes governments and other sectors, especially the low-level sectors, they're not able to embrace these technologies because of cost, especially in space-based settlements and countries. So I would like to know from you, what is the cost, especially to the local farmer that you spoke about? Thank you.
That space, I think you hear space and you think it's expensive.
Again, Africa has its own space program. I know Zambia is involved in launching a satellite euros. The one in here, because I guess they're smaller satellites, they're costing less, between 15 to 20 million. But the idea about space technology is what can be shared. If Kenya has a satellite and African countries can benefit from it, if we can benefit from your satellites and you can benefit from our satellites for telecommunications, then there is something extraordinary. And you talked about exchanging ideas in the satellites from what I hear to, again, from what we have done over there, you're most welcome. But I would like to know you, I would like us to exchange numbers to with government of Azerbaijan, and with many inquiries to our tech companies. What is, for example, it could be minerals in here, it could be looking for disaster, land, agricultural land, irrigation, storage of the land. So it will have to be through a governmental agreement or Zambian enterprises making agreement with Azerbaijan and getting this information based on an eye across the sky to watch over, as well as accessing telecommunications for the rural areas in Zambia to have access to the center. Again, this is done through a contract with our space tech companies, which will provide
Okay, greetings everyone. My name is Achilufia Isaac Kumwenda. I'm a university student at the University of Zambia in my fourth year, my final year. And looking at the importance of this forum that we're having, this gathering today, what brought me here was actually a special word, which was digital. Yeah. And I came here, the program that I'm studying is Environmental and Natural Resource Management, but because of the exposure to information on the internet and also this special university called YouTube, I chose to take up a task, and that is to build a startup. We're currently in the ideation phase, and we're building an application to solve a problem that we've noticed in the local community here in Zambia. So my question goes like this. I'm not asking this question only to represent me, but to all the youths here in Zambia and the entire continent. And the question goes like this. How do young people like us get to learn from you and also get to learn from the mistakes that you made to have a unicorn that you have that has got a valuation of 1 billion? And how can we keep this conversation going so that we keep on learning from you, sir, as maybe students?
Thank you. My name is Alexander Lawrence. I'm the president of the Lusaka Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Moderator, I just want to correct you on one thing. I think we are both from the archaic age. We had a federation that did combine Malawi, Zambia, and the Rhodesia at that time. And that's coming back, it's coming back into life because there is a program for those who were not born then. We'll talk about it a little later. I'm very impressed. 1991, $1 billion, 2025, $77 billion. Anybody who's sitting here would like to see their areas being part and parcel of that. The one thing I want that I've appreciated is the fact that you have not come as many come into the African continent with a prescriptive approach. It's diagnostic. Try and learn what we have and what we're going to do. This is a private Zambia in the last couple of years, 3-4 years, has been pursuing a private sector-led economy. I feel a little disappointed when I hear people saying, first, we want to engage with the government. Government sets policies, assisting us. I feel the approach should be, who are the private sector players? Let me engage with them and see how best we can then get government to come in and buy into what we're trying to do. It is nice that you're able to come from a background where we understand the system that was obtained in that time, and you've come to be in a free economy. It's nice to share that experience. Our area, my vision as president of the Chamber of Commerce here is to make my city, my country, a regional trade and investment hub. And I'll be very interested in engaging with you because areas of interest, and it is critically important for us, is the agricultural area, obviously mining, education, health, and tourism, and technology. We've got a very youthful population that needs to be taken care of, but would like things done in the right and the proper way. So I look forward to engaging with you. It's not a question, it's a basic statement that I made, that the Chamber of Commerce would want to be able to sit with you and then bring our members in, because one of the greatest turnarounds for any economy, it's how it gets its SMEs, the women and youth together. When we're doing work, I think of Zimbabwe, I think of Malawi, how do we synergize? Because Zambia can't just go on its own. It has it's a cultural thing that we need to deal with. And one thing that I do appreciate about you is you spoke about understanding and learning our culture. All the discussions that have taken place now, just previously have gone without addressing the element of culture. Trade needs culture to be taken care of, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, a really fantastic comment. I totally agree with you that private to private is the key. I want you to understand that when myself, with my technology company, I saw what the digital government of Azerbaijan, what they've achieved, the excitement in my heart that I felt that this, what we have, and with the satellite systems and with the technology company, it's a great starting point to go to Africa in this conference. This conference is about digital trade. We know that in Europe, 25% of the trade turnover is via digital. 9% of the GDP of the Asian countries is digital. In here, it's 0.9. So the digital aspect of it have to grow. So the digital part, because it involves our government, that is why I talked about being involved with the governments of Africa, because for sure governments play a very important role. However, I totally agree with you. And this is why I'm here, to meet incredible, important people like yourself, to sit down for you to explain to me and to start and initiate a dialogue. A young gentleman here says, Tahir, what do you have? How can you guide me? You've achieved somewhere. And for me to be able to do that, I have to first know you. I have to first come here. I have to first learn. I know nothing. I really don't know anything about this beautiful sacred land. I have to say, when I came out of the airport, the sunshine was extraordinary. It was a different sun to what I know. I called my partner and I said, it feels amazing here. I think I shouldn't have left here 150,000 years ago, but I came back. It's okay. So, sir, absolutely you're right. I'm here, and it would be my privilege and honor to talk to you, to your team, and get to know, and maybe this is the start. Absolutely, with great pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to the return of the Federation, and I'll be coming back to you. The young man asked a question around how he can learn from you, and I think what he meant also was that how could he learn from you without necessarily being in a business relationship, so he could learn from your mistakes, your successes.
For a startup to succeed, you need a very good ecology of a network of very important people around you. You need access to market. You need people who knows what you're doing. You need people who are ready to finance it. So unfortunately, today I'm very far away from you to be able to help you. I mean, I can give you general advices as a human being. And the greatest advice I can say is that another name for love is being serious. Be very serious in what you do. Take every single person you meet very seriously, and take your project very seriously. If you're living with your project day in, day out, if you take the networking aspect of it, the financial aspect of it, and you question yourself, surround yourself with the right team, you have a chance to succeed. But I have to tell you, startups, it's a tough world. It is an extraordinarily tough world. But I want to congratulate you for your courage. I will tell you my story. My father, the first generation, he set up, me and him, together we did an incredible work. And one day I came to him, I said, Father, I have my own idea. And he was an old school, tough man. He saw poverty. He was a tough, really, he was very careful. He said, Tahir, please don't. You can't. We have enough in our family. No more new ideas. I said, Father, I can't breathe. I am an adventurer. And this is what gives me life and blood. He said, if you walk out, you get nothing. And I walked out. And I started my first company, my second company, my third. By the way, the first 4 were failures. And I continued my journey. And now I'm here in your presence in this extraordinary place. And this is the same spirit. And if somebody said to me now, I will give you $1 million a month salary, just sit in your room, I would say, no, sir. I will go to Zambia, I will go to Kenya, I will go to the Africans, I will come up with an idea where at the end they will say, you know what? I'm happy I met you. And that's where the money is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tahir. Thank you. Your passion, your energy. Thank you, and your willingness to share. Thank you very much for your time. Please help me to thank him once again for joining us today and sharing his ideas. And thank you to all of you for listening in. Thank you.
Just sparing a minute for all of us to move forward. Thank you. right. Thank you. So just 1 minute. We don't have to see any empty seats for the purposes of the cameras, please. So as much as possible, if you find any empty seats in front of you, nobody is occupying them, kindly move forward. Thank you. Let's put our hands together once again for Tahir. Let's do it better for his passion to extend an invitation for all of us to visit Azerbaijan and see what he and the family and the government over there are doing. We heard a lot about the gaps that we have in our digital gap, digital drive. The fact that we have 40% lack of access to internet on the continent, lack of infrastructure for digital trade. And let me also announce that later in the day at about 5 p.m. we're going to have the U.S. Business Center also sharing ideas and inviting us to other opportunities elsewhere. Global partnership, very key to ensuring that we bridge the investment gap in digital infrastructure that we have on the continent. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have another panel, Plenary 6, that should be leveraging AI for development and financing innovation for digital trade. Is going to be moderated by my colleague, Arnold Quizera. But before then, we're going to have a scene setting. All right, we can continue that later on. All right, so this plenary session is going to be moderated by Arnold Quizera, and we have a scene setting by Ms. Michelle Chivunga. She's the CEO, Global Policy House. Shall we invite them with a big round of applause first, please?
Right. Okay. Hello, everybody, again. Thank you for joining us and staying with us. I hope you're having a great time. Artificial intelligence, I'm going to go straight into it because I know the panel is ready and is going to share with you a lot more detail. AI, I think for us, you know, I'm sure you guys, everybody in this room has heard about AI or has heard the buzzwords. For me, artificial intelligence in the context of Africa is a major game changer, but it's not the only game changer, right? So we have to really be very clear that artificial intelligence is going to play a major role in African economy. And just to give you a bit of statistics, right? You know, at the moment, I think between 2023, 2024, we had about almost $1 billion contribution in AI in Africa towards the AI African economy, GDP, right? But what we're going to see, I think as we move forward, as solutions become more and more advanced, we predict that this will reach to about $2 trillion by 2030. So it's an industry that's going to grow. It's a space that's going to have major impact for the countries in Africa. But what do we actually mean by AI? Because everybody just says it, right? But what do we actually mean? I think artificial intelligence is one of those, you know, what we call general purpose technology. So it does a lot of different things. And all of you are pretty much engaging with AI today, right? Whether you're checking to say, look, you know, what's the best solution, or you're comparing different applications and you want to know, like, okay, where's the best place maybe for me to go on holiday, you know, where is the, what application should I use? So AI is powered by data, right? All the information that you're sharing constantly
is powered by data, and that data is being read by machine a language to try and translate, personalize what it is that is offering you, and your experiences. Some of you, I know you probably think of AI as ChatGPT. Yes, ChatGPT is a form of AI, but it's not the only one. I mean, language models are very, very interesting, and you can do a lot with language models. So you can train your own language model, you can create your own application, but why does AI matter? AI matters because in today's industries and a lot of the problems that we have, I think on the continent, whether it's things like food security, whether we are talking about, okay, provenance, we want to know like where things coming from. You heard in the panel earlier on, where everybody's like, we need to understand like where's our food coming from. Yesterday, those of you who were there yesterday, you heard about the Jollof War. Can we sort out the Jollof War? I think AI can help. Because we've had that war for a very long time. Now we have a new war as well between us, Botswana and Zambia, with the beef, right? How can we make sure that I'm eating Zambian beef and this one is eating Botswana beef, right? Technology can basically help you to make things a little bit easier, but AI specifically has a very clear role to play, which is a very predictive technology. So it helps you predict things. It helps you to read data and use that data to give you information about things. So that's what really AI does. But as the models become more and more advanced, you're going to see more and more models and diseases much more accurately. We even have, I think today, AI-powered surgeons, for example, who are able to identify and do surgery using AI tools, right, more effectively. So like the president said, I know I've been quoting my president a lot, but he said a lot of things yesterday which made a lot of sense to me, right? Especially when he talked about artificial intelligence. We need to move away from using AI just around the social media space, right? And we need to start to think about how can we leverage this technology to make a difference, and that he was accurate. So when you talk about agriculture, Zambia, we're big farmers. We have our farmers. We heard from our farming reps today. How can we make sure that our farming, we avoid situations like with the drought, for example, right? We can have predictions done a lot earlier. We can use AI to predict certain things, right, to happen. We can use AI to measure weather patterns. We can use AI to look at the crop, is it healthy, is it not? What is the data telling us? So the AI is just a tool that helps you to do that. But remember, we don't want to abuse. We don't want to use the AI to abuse. So we need to make sure that within the context of having all this great technology that you can use, we also have to make sure we have the right policies and regulation in place to help us, so that we have ethical AI, right? We make sure that, the AI that we build or the models that are developed are also ethical in nature, and policy also has a big part to play. Then we need to get our people to create and build AI solutions. We don't want it to just be consuming. Again, like we were told yesterday, we can't keep on consuming. ChatGPT, exciting. DeepSeek, exciting. Where's the African one, right? It's coming. I know it's coming, right? So we need to build our own models, and building our own models also shapes what you produce. So with AI, with things like blockchain, all these technologies, what powers them? Data, right? The data you put in is what you will get out. So if we're using our African data, we're using our own solutions, then we're going to build solutions that are tailored for us, right? Those AI models will not be biased against some of the stuff that we have, right? So it's creating solutions for us. So very important that we skill up our young people around AI. I'm very passionate about education and skilling up, right? I urge all countries in Africa to have an AI program, an education program, especially for young ones in schools, universities, to enable for us to actually take advantage of what AI has to offer. AI is going to transform healthcare, education. Think of all the sectors, right, who play a major role in our day-to-day lives. I asked ChatGPT before I came here, I said, where do you think I should go to holiday on next? And they said, Cabo Verde. And I was like, okay, well, tell me why you're saying Cabo Verde. Because Michelle, it shows on your thing, you like, holidays, I can't remember what the exact words are, but you go to, destinations with water and things like that. So it's going to become very personalized. It's going to be, you won't even know that it's AI that's powering the answers that you're getting, right? You will hear from the experts today. I'm not going to go on too long. You'll hear from an expert panel here, but my message is very, very simple. We need to take advantage of AI, but not in the context of what everybody else is doing outside. We need to create our own AI models. We need to build our own AI models. For that, we need data,
right? And that data has to be clean, that data has to not be biased, and of course that data also has to speak to our norms and our cultures. I love the comment around culture, right? It has to represent who we are as a people, and it can't be biased, right? And we can build our own models. And finally, to the governments, policymakers, regulators, we need to create artificial intelligence regulation, right? To ensure that it's not being abused. We're not, letting people come in and do whatever, build whatever models they want without any regulation. So regulation is very important. Digital Trade Protocol addresses some of that, but I think we need to go further. And finally, which you probably haven't heard anywhere else, but AI cannot work in isolation necessarily. AI has to converge with other technologies, which includes things like blockchain and smart contracts. When you mash them up together, you're going to get a lot more positive results and more impactful, transformational results. But ladies and gentlemen, we are in the future. AI is going to play a role. Don't get too stuck on AI alone. There are many other technologies, and let's contextualize to the African continent. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together once again for her, please. Let's domesticate AI. Next is a plenary session moderated by Mr. Arnold Kwizera. Let's put our hands together for him, please. Good morning. Good morning. Clap once if you can hear me. Clap twice if you can hear me. Okay, I'm going to ask us to, those who are able, to please stand up. Let's stand up, let's stand up, let's stand up. How many of us know our neighbor to the left? Okay, not many, no many. You can shake a hand, get a business card. Yeah. Your neighbor to the right. So, let's do something real quick, right? Real quick. I want us to spell AfCFTA using our waists. Using our waists, right? Let's spell AfCFTA using our waists. So, capital A, come on. Go forward, then back, then in between. F. Then there's a dash, another one. C. That's an easy one. F. Another F. T. Big dash, then we go behind. I like the hand gestures. And then another A. Okay, now we can take our seats. Good morning. Good morning. This time I'll make you do burpees. My name is Arnold Kwizera. I'm from Kigali, Rwanda. Glad to be in Lusaka and glad to be part of this conversation on the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. Now, just a little bit of context. AfCFTA, we were in the signing of the room of AfCFTA in 2019. And getting our leaders to sign the AfCFTA needed some bit of hand-holding. In 2019, when the African Union started this conversation, led by President Paul Kagame, who was the AU chairperson then, I remember being in the room and less than 18 countries had signed up for AfCFTA. A lot of lobbying was happening the night before, but there wasn't much commitment. That night, that morning, President Paul Kagame asked the other presidents, the more than 35 presidents that were around, that if you are here for real business for the continent, please stay behind and sign this agreement. If you are not ready to sign this agreement, please leave the room right about now.
he arm twisted them in a way. We had close to 40 commitments from leaders in the room in the next 2 hours. So what does that mean? That means we need bold leadership. That means we need actionable leaders and people willing to lead. So without any further ado, allow me to introduce people who have helped us shape policy that's going to help us move this conversation forward. Let me introduce our panel of experts. I'll start with, and please hand claps for them. I'll start with Ms. Prentila Boage. She's the head for Pan-African Institutions, Government Affairs and Public Policy at Google. A hand clap for her. Dr. Tokmo Chidede, he's the Senior Digital Trade Expert at AfCFTA Secretariat. Dr. Tokmo is responsible for most of the policies that have been written by the AfCFTA. Another doctor, Leonila Gaglia, she is the Digital Services Policy and Regulatory Affairs Officer at the International Trade Center, ITC. And joining us online is Ms. Mary Noel Nwokolo. She's the G20 Compact for Africa Coordinator for the African Center for Economic Transformation. So before I take my seat to join you, panelists, Dr. Tokmo, as I walk there, I want you to set the scene, right? But I'm going to share a few numbers. Now, across Africa, digital trade is growing at a very unprecedented pace, now projected to add about 180 billion US dollars. Now, this is according to the Africa Development Bank. At the same time, AI is emerging as a transformative force with the potential to reshape supply chains, boost SME competitiveness, and improve the efficiency of cross-border commerce. However, for Africa to fully leverage AI for development and digital trade, strategic investments, forward-looking regulation, and inclusive innovation ecosystems are essential. Dr. Tokmo, you wrote a big chunk of this protocol. How does the AfCFTA digital trade protocol accommodate or anticipate the role of AI in streamlining cross-border trade?
Thank you. Thank you, Arnold, and good morning, everyone. The AfCFTA protocol on digital trade accommodates indirectly the artificial intelligence in the protocol on emerging technologies. Just to give you the background, when we are negotiating the protocol on digital trade, of course, the protocol seeks to boost intra-Africa trade and does not focus directly on a single emerging technology, but it takes into account the value that emerging technology brings. And among those technologies includes artificial intelligence. We looked at the statistics just to see how much contribution, social and economic, will artificial intelligence brings, and it's quite significant. We also looked at, from a regulatory point of view, what needs to be done. The regulation that we have created in the protocol, they are quite progressive and advanced, do not try to restrict or to regulate innovation. But the regulations are designed in such a way that they enable innovation. Today, you look at the legal or governance landscape across the continent on emerging technology, on artificial intelligence. Most of the countries have adopted national strategies on artificial intelligence, close to 10 countries so far across the continent. And even the African continent has an AI strategy at the continental level. But if you look at these strategies, they are strategies or policies without a legally binding effect. Now we come to the protocol on digital trade under the AfCFTA. the member states decided that we need to entrench the commitments to advance the adoption, the development, and the growth of emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence. And the way we are going to incorporate or design these regulations should not stifle innovation. Most of the innovators today, there is fear that regulations stifle innovation because innovation moves faster than regulations themselves. So the protocol has been designed in such a way that it removes restrictions, of course, entrenching legally binding commitments on governments, where governments have committed that this is what we want to do in order to advance, in order to promote the deployment of technology, artificial intelligence in cross-border trade. Look at what can artificial intelligence do in digital trade or in cross-border trade. It can advance so many sectors: financial technology, cybersecurity, agricultural production, the financial services, streamlining of regulations. We develop your platforms where regulations, platforms that are AI-powered, and they can tell you what kind of regulations that you need to deploy. The first thing that the protocol does is to ensure that it promotes the development, the deployment of emerging technology, artificial intelligence to be specific in this context, in cross-border trade. It promotes the deployment, it promotes the innovation or the growth of artificial intelligence. It also promotes research and development in the artificial intelligence. Quite a number of countries today are investing a lot in research and development on artificial intelligence, and the protocol tackles this from that angle. The scene setter mentioned something in relation to data. The protocol also takes into account how data needs to be harvested, how data needs to be promoted, cross-border data transfers need to be promoted, because AI relies heavily on data, and data localization or some of the restrictions in relation to data may also stifle the deployment, the adoption of artificial intelligence. So it creates this enabling environment where AI is being deployed, is being adopted in cross-border trade, but it also puts certain safeguards. There is the other bad side of artificial intelligence, and the protocol tries to, it ensures that the deployment of artificial intelligence in cross-border trade is done in a safe and secure or responsible manner. It doesn't cause threats to national security, or it doesn't cause any unethical problems when it is being deployed. So in a nutshell, the protocol creates a legally binding environment that enables the deployment, the adoption of artificial intelligence in cross-border trade. I'll come back for more on what the protocol does, but this is what just the protocol provides in terms of accommodating artificial intelligence in cross-border trade. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tokmo, and thank you for setting that pace. I want to bring Ms. Prentila into the conversation. Correct me for the right pronunciation of your name, please. AI and all other emerging digital innovations, they're increasingly shaping the global trade landscape. Now, from your perspective, your institution's perspective, how do you see AI transforming Africa's digital trade landscape under the AfCFTA, and what are the most urgent priorities to ensure inclusive and equal benefits?
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So my name is pronounced Princelia.
Princelia, thank you.
Yes, perfect. And it is an Ivoirian name. I'm from Côte d'Ivoire. Do we have any people from Côte d'Ivoire here today? Oh, one. Very good. Hello. We're typically not in the room, so it's amazing. My great-grandfather is the founder of our village in Côte d'Ivoire, and I go there often. And we have a lot of young people who in my village, a lot of trees grow and often overtake the roads and everything like that. So the young people have to go with machetes. I know you guys are city people, so you don't know about this. Huh? I will educate you. You have to go with machetes and chop down the branches that have overtaken the road. And I talk to them a lot, and I mention this story because the work that they do is so critical to paving a path for people who want to go and do business, who want to access the well, who want to go to the school, and they're paving a path for the whole community. And it's such important work, and I think about what it is that we are doing to pave a path for those who are coming after us, right? For our generations and our young populations. And I think that artificial intelligence is going to be such a critical tool that we can unleash in order to pave a path for our young people on the continent. Google is a multinational corporation. I think some people know it. How many of you use YouTube? Yes, okay, some people are using it right now. Very good. I saw about half the room. How many people use Gmail? Okay, we're at about half. If you have a phone, is it an Android-operated phone? How many people use an Android-operated phone? Okay, there we go. I think we're getting closer to 2/3 of the room or so. So Android, YouTube, Gmail, Google Search, those are all some of our top Google products, right? But Google also does a lot to expand connectivity across the continent because our mission is to make the world's information universally accessible and helpful because knowledge is power, right? And this is what we know. Now what we have with AI is a tool that can supercharge that information, that can recognize patterns and make predictions that are more relevant and more useful to us, right? And so on the continent, we have our offices in Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa, and Kenya. And two of those places, in Ghana and Kenya, where I'm based, we have AI research centers, where African PhD students, researchers, scientists are developing AI technologies to solve African problems on a daily basis. And I share this a lot, and people are often stunned. They don't realize that we are already doing this on the continent, and we've been doing so since 2018. So if you're ever in my neighborhood in Kenya and Nairobi, please reach out to me. I would be happy to give you a tour, or in Ghana. We will arrange a tour for you so you can go and actually visit and see the work that we are doing on weather forecasting, flood predictions, wildfire prevention, climate mitigation, and all sorts of things, maternal health outcomes, some of the things that Michelle mentioned that are really being put into practice in collaboration with universities, right? And there's a lot that has to be done in order to scale this sort of work. So I think the discussion, a lot of my work focuses on how can we do this at scale with institutions like the AfCFTA Secretariat and the AU Commission. I think there's a lot of work we have to do together to collaborate to make this information available to our government leaders, our policymakers, so one, they know that AI is not in the future, it's here today, and it's been here. And we already have amazing African talent available, but we need to scale it and make it more accessible to more people, make it more affordable, more African-driven data. This is what we're advocating for on a daily basis, right? And so the more we bring more people into the fold, more people into the conversation, the more we can do to really expand the opportunities and unleash some of that socio-economic potential that you mentioned.
Thank you very much. I want to bring Dr. Goglia into the conversation. And a very similar question. What are the most urgent priorities to ensure inclusive and equal benefits? Just a little bit of focus on that last part.
Let me try to tackle this question from the perspective I'm working on and embed all the background information within. So in terms of legal ethics, well, we are lawyers here, most of us who are sitting at this panel, so this question already brings the concerns on how we align the definition, what the ethics might be, and how we can bring it into the picture. So we are approaching that from the perspective of different enablers that might be in that setting, and that's where the digital trade protocol is coming into play very handy. AI is the mind on its own, but it works on the basis of algorithms, right? So that's the only way probably that you have to know what it's thinking and what it's recommending you to do. To this extent, even though, well, it's not as predictable, or not predictable at all as any other mind, what is in the algorithms can be assessed, and then in some cases, and here we suggest the risk-based approach, this could be a matter that needs to be seen. So for that reason, for instance, African Continental Free Trade Area Digital Trade Protocol contains the rules on source code and algorithmic transparency, which are going to be implemented by the member states later in time, and which would allow, in the cases which might be raising important concerns, to go and explore what is in the algorithms and then what AI is suggesting. Now, these cases might be different. Believe me or not, well, you probably recognize that the recommendation about your health condition is something different than the recommendation on how to improve the image of the product that you put on the market. So here the discretion has always to be emphasized and exercised. So this is one of the parts. So this is algorithmic transparency. Talking about other things that it might unlock, this is the issues of consumer protection, competition, because we are trusting in the AI. It speaks our language, and then it might be even a rare case when it speaks the language that you are not accustomed to hear from the electronic device. It might be that it doesn't speak the typical English or French. It's going to go into local language, and this way it will become even more convincing. To that extent, consumer protection disciplines, and then as well as digital competition disciplines are coming into play to address these particular issues. And again, well, how we do it? Through algorithmic transparency that has to be enabled by the institutions, and then this is something that is going to be the next step in implementation. It's not enough to have the rules, you need to have the talent, the capacity, and also the technology that is going to be able to tackle these concerns. This remains a major part of a problem because we are not accustomed to see consumer protection from the digital side. We still see the paradigm of what we see in brick and mortar. The same thing for the competition. We still see the monopolies as the big companies who are physically existing, even though for AI it's going to be the data that is going to be the subject of the conversation. Now, a good question comes here. You have heard already from Tahir that the protocol is not explicitly addressing in detail how AI should be regulated. And this is my submission that it's probably for a reason. And the reason is it's too early to set the exact boundaries beyond the principles. We are trying to shape it. We built the framework of governance around, but we're still in the progress. We still are learning how the AI works, and there are many things that we are not mastering enough to be able to build that particular setting and to regulate in a binding manner what comes in. We're going to learn. It's going to come. But the protocol is opening the door for this learning. It's supporting it. It's encouraging it. It's going to provide the information in implementation, how AI is implemented across the continent, so we'll know more about that, and on the basis of that, we are going to proceed. And then the last thing, because my organization works in particular a lot with SMEs, with small entrepreneurs who probably would not have this advanced technical knowledge to distinguish, to analyze what exactly the AI is suggesting them to do. There are many different things about that. There are many different approaches how to address that. What we rely on very strongly is capacity building and skill building on different levels. On the level of basic skills of the users, and then once you're talking about school education, that's probably something that is going to be coming in this basic level. On the level of advanced skills, because you also need the developers who are going to be aware of these concerns and then are going to be mindful of that once they are putting that in the models. So we are working, for instance, with tech SMEs, raising their awareness about what happens in AI, in what is permissible, what is a good practice, what are the principles that we are talking about, hoping that this is going to play the role. We're also working on the broader scale because AI in this respect is raising, for instance, cybersecurity and other concerns. So we're working with the governments as well to raise their awareness of this and then to shape their policies in this particular manner. So AI can help leapfrog many things. It's very useful, but in the meantime, at this point in time, there are many potential steps around that can be taken. We cannot prevent it from developing. We should encourage that, but that has to be framed in a way that is safe and shouldn't harm the users that do not have the technical capacity to distinguish what is right and what is wrong on a broader scale, even though right and wrong is different for every one of us.
Thank you, Dr. Guglia. Now, the median age for the continent is 19.7 years, right? And what that means is majority of our population is a very young population, below the age of 35. Speaking as a young person, it feels like young people, even the generations before, were always playing catch-up, skills-wise, to be able to compete on a global landscape. Here comes AI, and many of our economies were transforming into service and knowledge-based economies. That's what was being preached in the schools. That is going to increase, or has already increased, the skills gap. As of this morning, I was listening to a Harry Stubbings podcast, and he mentions that there are some models, AI models, that are more advanced than PhD students. So that leaves the issue or the question of skills and employment, the skills gap. I want to start with you, Priscilla. How do we play catch up? How do we reskill young people to be ready for the jobs of the future, or even better, to recreate new jobs or co-create new jobs? Dr. Tokmo, feel free to jump in after.
Thank you. It's Princilia.
Princilia,
No, it's
Princilia,
okay. We'll get
Princilia,
there. By the end
Princilia.
of the session,
Yeah, well.
you will have it. I think it's such a pertinent question. How do we train our young people and make sure that we're not left behind out of this equation? I don't think I fit in the young people category anymore. I'm self-excluding. But I do have 2 kids that I'm raising on this continent that I think about all the time, that I think about how do I make sure they are competitive? How do I make sure that we are part of the global discussion and that we have something to offer that can be exported globally, that adds value to the world, right? And so a lot of that has to do with our education, for sure. In Kenya, we've done some really innovative work because the Ministry of Education has been a very collaborative partner of ours. And so what we've done is we've worked to revamp the curriculum for TVETs, the Technical Vocational Educational Training Schools, to include software developer training as part of the formal education system. And that's really, really cool that the ministry is open to this sort of initiative, but we need other Ministry of Educations to be open to these sorts of ideas, to being more flexible to what learning can look like beyond our formal educational institutions. Our PhD students are extremely important, and they help us to make technological advancements, scientific advancements that are just unparalleled. And now with AI, we're hoping that they will be able to do more a lot faster, right? I think we have a deficit of about 5,000 PhDs on the continent in terms of what we need for us to be globally competitive in AI. That's what we're looking for today on this continent. And so we still have a lot to do to make sure our children get there. Together with the UN Economic Commission for Africa, somebody mentioned robotics. A young woman on this side was mentioning the importance of teaching kids about the fundamentals, AI and robotics, and this is really where we're starting. So together with the UN Economic Commission for Africa, we are training this year 30,000 students across the continent on AI and robotics skills and taking them to the World Robotics Olympics. Did you even know there was an Olympics for robotics? You see, we don't know because Africa is not represented. So for the first time, we're bringing African students from across our continent to be a part of the conversation. And it really has to start with our kids, with our babies, right? Making sure that they have the basics and the fundamentals in STEM, science, technology, all of it, and math especially, and making sure that they are involved. But also our policymakers. And it's not just young people. Our policymakers need these skills. Our adults need these skills today in order to be competitive. So I have passed out, for the good of the order, for the benefit of the people here, some leaflets that you all have that have some information about AI, about some opportunities. But we also offer training courses that are free. A lot of what I do is deliver training programs for public officials on AI so that we can have candid conversations where you can ask me, you can ask Google trainers, what does AI actually mean? How is it working? What is cloud? Where is the cloud? Where is my information stored? These are questions that sometimes policy officials are afraid to ask in a public forum like this, on a stage, right? Because nobody wants to look like they don't know. And so creating safe spaces for public officials to engage and then think about how they can leverage those tools for the delivery of government services is really critical. The gentleman from Azerbaijan was talking about how they revolutionized government services with AI and cloud in Azerbaijan. We would love to get to a space where our government services across the continent are digitized and easy and fast and efficient. But today we are not there. We're not there yet. We still have to make the case for AI, for our governments to really be sold on the value. And so we as a private sector are doing a lot of work like this to show positive use cases that will hopefully compel them to want to be engaged, to develop the regulations that are necessary, to want to bring in the Ministry of Education. That Ministry of Education is talking to Ministry of ICT. The left hand needs to talk to the right hand. And a lot of that requires collaboration, and we need institutions like the Secretariat to bring us all together in these sorts of platforms to make that happen.
Dr. Tokmo?
Thank you very much. Just to elaborate also on what Princelia mentioned, the protocol again entrenches all these measures into legally binding commitments. The first one being the education systems need to be tailored for the 21st century skills. The other component that the protocol also addresses is the aspect of innovation and how do we develop the skills of the young people themselves. And there's a program that will be launching very soon on the young people, focusing on the young people and training them on different skills, including the artificial intelligence, and we'll be partnering with different organizations, leveraging on their expertise. I also hope you also looked at, you saw the challenge that we have launched that was presented yesterday in the opening ceremony as part of the program. So the challenge is just one of the components of that program. Within that program, there will be a specific component that focuses on training the young people on AI, not only the young people, the businesses, the policymakers on the importance of artificial intelligence. Just also to elaborate what we have designed, something that we think is quite fundamental in the protocol on digital trade. Because of all these risks and fears of deploying the artificial intelligence into the economy, we have made sure that we create a safe playing field. And how have we done this? We have designed and accommodated this principle of regulatory sandboxes. And the regulatory sandboxes taking into account the amount of money, the amount of regulations and other difficulties it takes to operationalize a regulatory sandbox. We have made sure that the regulatory sandboxes be cross-border, either at the regional or at the continental level, such that we share the resources as governments, the private sector, and many other players. What it allows is all the technologies, including new artificial intelligence technologies, before they go into the market, they are tested under government supervision without necessarily need to comply with all the rules and regulations that they are required to comply with, because some of the regulations are quite restrictive that I mentioned, that they can even stifle innovation. Before the technology itself grows, the regulations might restrict. So what this concept allows is, without necessarily required to comply with all the regulations and all the other requirements needed for technology to operate within a market, you have to go through a testing, and once it's approved, it's ready to go into the market. Thank you very much.
Dr. Guglia?
If I may, very briefly, it was already quite rich on the discussion. I just wanted to say that in ITC we work with three components once we're thinking about the digital work, and the first one is infrastructure. The second one is skills, and the third is regulations. So regulations are around. We've talked a bit about skills. We're also working on enabling infrastructure. Unfortunately, we cannot support it financially, but we support it through regulations that will allow better access to more population to devices, because if you don't have devices and you are young, unfortunately, AI is not yet there for you. We are talking about the connectivity, because if you are uncomfortable in your connection to internet, unfortunately you're not going to go far because you're uncomfortable with what you are doing there. We're also talking about enabling data processing facilities. There are many discussions on that, and then, and here it's interesting because there is no immediate solution, but we are looking at how this can be leveraged now with what Africa has before 700 data centers that needed for data processing on the continent are in place. So this is an infrastructure. On the skills, I wanted to also give one example, at least, on how we work. So my colleagues who are in charge of this particular segment has brought me an example of ICT partnership with Data Science Nigeria and Microsoft in Nigeria, Imo State. And this project is basically enabling small enterprises to use AI for branding their marketing, for branding their products, for creating marketing materials. And then this is a big success. Well, a big number of enterprises, unfortunately, I wouldn't recall the exact number, but this is several hundreds were trained already. And this is the model used. We typically cooperate with private sector here for scaling, as well as where possible with the authorities in the regions in place, just to capture the whole picture, not to be selective, not to try to come from where we are and then select somebody who probably is not going to be interested, but we are working on the spot. And then the third element, and that's where regulations are probably coming. We heard the example of the AI surgeon today, so somebody who is using AI during the surgery. So this being an important contribution that this technology can bring, I still emphasize, and that's where the regulations are coming, that surgeon, first and foremost, before using an AI, should have been trained as a surgeon. And it's only this way that you can leverage the contribution of AI in that particular other spheres. There has to be also still an emphasis on substantive skills that might be then boosted by the AI engagement and should not be replaced thereby. And this is important. Thank you.
Thank you. We're joined online by Mrs. I don't want to get her name wrong, Noel. Mrs. Noel. Thank you for joining us online. Quickly, that last question. Median age of Africa, 19.5 years. The skills gap. AI agents are here. How do we upskill people to catch up with that or create jobs that are in demand or that could work alongside AI?
Yeah, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to join you all. Hear me properly?
Loud and clear.
Perfect. All right. So I'm dialing in with full attention and commitment because this conversation matters, right? Not just in theory, but for how we sort of build these real inclusive systems that can create the type of Africa that we want. And so the conversation around Africa's sort of very young population, how to harness that. I mean, I think the technical part of that is quite evident, right? We can even ask our AI and it'll tell us exactly how to do that, right? AI can help with sort of developing more personalized, educative material, for instance, that can help students, whether that is through virtual tutorials, whether that's through developing personalized learning plans that can allow them to sort of leverage or enhance the best versions of themselves. We know how there are sort of different kinds of abilities, and sometimes in some of our classrooms we're not able to accommodate some of those places for one of those things for one reason or the other. So AI, for instance, could be one way to leverage that, so that people can learn in AI. I also think that another dimension is talking about the people that sort of provide the enrichment, the knowledge, right? So it's the teachers, it's the people in the classrooms who are helping to make these things possible, enhancing teacher training and curriculum development. Once we are able to sort of automate a bit more of the administrative tasks, right, and provide insights to teachers on, let's say, for student performance and how they can improve the curriculum, it gives them more space, right, to focus more on instruction, to focus more on mentorship. For a lot of us in the room, I think if we are to talk about some of the teachers that really shaped our abilities, or even for some of us, like our intellect in some regard in the classroom, is those that sort of mentored you a lot more than yelling information at you. And so we can also give our educators a bit more opportunity to focus more on that and help to bring out the best versions of people. And then finally, the third thing I will talk about in terms of how we can leverage AI to sort of equip people, right, is bridging the digital skills gap. A lot of the times, sometimes when we have these conversations, it's like we talk about the youth being tech savvy as being equal to having sort of business digital skills. Those are not the same things. And I think we need to pay close attention to that, is to try to understand the kinds of skills that businesses need, whether they are young or just any other sort of demographic, really, and what kind of skills that they need, and how can we go to the very bottom, right? Whether that's informal traders on the borders, whether it's young people trying innovative things and trading across borders. Yes, it was yesterday an example was mentioned, about somebody trading from Livingston in Lusaka. Like, how can we provide the skills that people need? And AI is a good way to do that. People can take courses, they can take lessons. They don't need to be in a traditional education system. I'm not saying that's not important. I'm just saying there are opportunities for us to meet the people who may not be able to have access to that or leverage those kinds of opportunities. So AI, for instance, can be that stopgap measure, right? They can simulate real world scenarios so people can, try things out. I think Dr. Chidmo talked a bit about sandbox for people to experiment with things. I think that's incredibly important. And it's also one of the ways that we can understand, okay, if we are trying to do this one thing and we are piloting it with a few sort of organizations that are testing things out, what are we learning from that? And how are we broadening the knowledge from those things so that people actually know, the decisions that we are coming to, they don't stay in the high echelons of sort of knowledge creation or in platforms like this, but people who are actually doing things on the ground have access to that. So, I mean, I think that because if we look at what our population is likely to be in about a decade, actually, if we are not able to create the opportunities for people to empower themselves, to be able to create jobs and create livings for themselves, we are likely to put ourselves on a path that would not be beneficial to anybody, and all of us will be affected.
Thank you, Marianne. Coming back to you just a little later for financing and inclusivity, so we'll be getting ready for that. Pensilia, I think I got it right this time. That luck is a charm. Ethical usage of AI and ensuring that our policy is future-proof. It can never be future-proof, right, 100%. But how do we take the right steps to get there?
No, I think the closer a seat you have to the development of AI, the more concerned you will become, because you get to see some of the risks kind of upfront and personal. The risk of bias, I think somebody mentioned that earlier, for me is a more pressing risk than the risk of robots taking over our jobs. because the risk of you not getting a job because an AI algorithm did not favor an African applicant over a European applicant is very, very real, given the lack of input of African data, right? And so this is something that we think about daily. It's one of the reasons why we push and advocate for governments to be involved and included in these conversations. And I love the example that Dr. Chidede gave about the AI regulatory sandbox. It's very hard to have AI regulation that is keeping up with the pace at which we are developing the technologies. So we need a more agile framework for the development of these policies. And a sandbox, just like a playground, is a controlled environment where policymakers can work together with the industry as the technology is being developed, and they can develop regulation in collaboration together in a collaborative framework. And so I love that the AfCFTA Emerging Tech Annex already has a provision for that, and that we started the discussion together with Google and the AfCFTA Secretariat about what AI sandboxes could look like in Africa. And I think we need to do more of that across the continent. But the risk of bias, misuse, and misuse, this is not using AI, right? The risk of missing the opportunity to leverage AI to enhance productivity, to enhance education, to enhance healthcare. I think that those are greater and more pressing risks that we face currently on the continent than those more existential questions that people are focused on, right? And so in order to really avoid that, it's about skilling, creating national AI skilling strategies, right? Creating policies that are focused on risk mitigation rather than over-regulation of technologies that we don't even yet have on this continent. Copy-pasting policies for continents that don't apply to us is not helpful to us. So we need to really adjust for our context and our environment, and the AI sandboxes, I think, is the most effective tool that we have to be able to do that. So I think it's groundbreaking, first of all, that we have this on this continent. And congratulations to the Secretariat for doing such phenomenal work.
Thank you. Guglia, would you like to dive in?
Yeah, I will add, and then I will add on the regulatory embedding that AI is needing. So we're talking here about the whole ecosystem and how we work in ITC once we are tasked with the digital advisory role. We are trying to map what is on the ground. So we have a methodology which has around 25 regulatory areas and over 80 topics, and then we see the issue, what it's going to raise as the concern. So we have done the exercise for the AI, and well, the results are comprehensive. So yeah, it does cover quite closely, or it's relevant to over 20 regulatory areas, and then covers very much closely around 40 plus topics. So to have the AI that is going to be developing in the conducive ecosystem of regulations, you kind of have to have these developments moving as well. And then for that, well, we are also embedding that in the context of the digital trade protocol, and it covers most of these areas and most of these topics. So the implementation is going to serve many different concerns around the implementation, but also on the ethical side of the AI. Well, I was thinking how I can share that. If you wish to, I can share that on my LinkedIn page, and then you can have a look at that. It's not a promotion, it's just searching for the technologically friendly way to share this information and open the discussion. But this is just to emphasize that, you know, AI is a part of the ecosystem, and everything has to move for AI to move in the proper direction. And then nothing has to be constrained. So this is an important message, an important step to do, but also keeping in mind that there are many, many different enablers that have to be in place for this development to happen. Thank you.
Dr. Tokmo, infrastructure is important, but we can't do everything at the same time, right? We need to make a priority. You have R&D networks, you have digital public goods, data ecosystems. Something has to be a priority, something has to give. So, is it an egg and chicken kind of situation? What comes first? Do we move all together?
Indeed, it is an egg and chicken scenario. After we have done the harmonization of regulations, we realize there's also something that is missing. We are clear that the contribution of the AI is important to boosting intra-Africa trade, digital trade, all the statistics, 3.3 trillion US dollars to the GDP, streamlining regulations, enhancing logistics, and so forth. Harmonization of regulations. Now, when it comes to implementation, there's a reality check. We need money. There's money that is needed, especially for the infrastructure. And one of the examples that really bothered us was the fact that the data infrastructure is needed, especially if we are to leverage on the artificial intelligence. That for us to have this digital economy that we are talking about, or digital trade transactions, be efficient, we need to the existing data centers, which only plus or minus 100 data centers across the continent, which is only 2% of the global data centers. We will need extra 700 data centers across the continent. And when we were negotiating and thinking about how do we take advantage of this, of course, it's a legal instrument which focuses on legal instruments. But of course, we are very innovative. Then within the protocol, we created a digital trade fund. And where this digital trade fund will be used to support governments, to support the private sector. And this is something that was also recognized by the AU Assembly recently in February, where there's a decision to say, let's accelerate the operationalization of this AfCFTA Digital Trade Fund, such that we support the member states, we support the private sector in digital trade. And the other mechanism that we are considering in terms of how do we finance this is the blended finance mechanism, where we take money from the, or include money from the public sector, private sector, philanthropic funding as well. We are also looking at the, in talks with different DFIs who are willing to invest money into this, and they are very supportive. We are also looking at the private sector funding, venture capitals, impact investors, and this is how we are going to support the operationalization of this protocol and supporting all these innovations, AI and other technologies in the implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tokmo. I want to go back to Mary Noel, but before I go back to Mary Noel for the last question, we're going to give an opportunity to just 2 questions from the audience. That's 2 people, each asking 1 question, and then lunchtime. So, Mary Noel, financing is the elephant in the room that we are in right now. Where does the money come from? I think your mic is on mute. Could you please check if your microphone is on mute?
No.
Okay, yeah, it's okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. So I think in terms of what
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Mrs. Maliki Aisha from Cameroon. I have a question for Dr. Tolkmore. I would like him to tell me more. If I'm right, the protocol on digital trade has been adopted, but is not yet entered into force regarding the Article 47. So I would like to know, what do you people plan to do to accelerate the entry into force of that protocol, regarding the fact that some of other protocol, like for example, the protocol on women and youth, had also been adopted but is still pending? Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Okay, my name is Dan, and I'm a data consultant and agribusiness professional. Looking at the number of data centers that we have, and in particular, on-continent data centers, and the need for AI to develop, what is the solution to bridge the gap between data center capability matching the requirements that AI needs in order to deliver on the digital trade requirements?
Hello, good morning, good afternoon. I apologize first of all, and also thank you. Say thank you. Apologize in a way that I might be taking my leave immediately after, just before lunch, and just to think the fact that, you see, it's really not a question actually. Just to think the fact that we can have programs like this where Africans and we can just sit down together and just talk about certain things that will develop our continent. And saying this, I'm coming from a group called the Africa Must Think Walk, in just to pay courtesy call for what exactly is happening here. And we are basically walking from Congo all the way to Zimbabwe. And today is our 11th day. So it's basically just to appreciate what everything is happening here, and we hear you, we understand you, and we just want to say thank you. And for everyone, from our corporate, from the corporate, from the government, and also the private sector, we just welcome you, even as Africa Must Think Walk, that please feel free to partner with us. Feel free to work with us, digitally. There are those people we call the e-workers, on Facebook, Instagram, and all social media platforms. And we just want to thank the AfCFTA for this platform, and we appreciate Africa. Here we come.
AI won't charge you for that ad. We'll take it from the gentleman here. There's a gentleman at the front. One question.
Alexander Lawrence again, the Chamber of Commerce president here. I have a bit of a challenge and a situation. You're a parent. Tokma's a parent, Ninola, Marie, we're all dealing with one thing. We're talking about schooling children from infancy, preschool, primary school, secondary school, tertiary, universities and all. You've even got PhDs and all. Everybody being focused towards getting a job. And then we're coming up with the development of AI, and then there is resistance. People are worried about losing these jobs. We're not even thinking beyond the period that people will be in employment, because there comes retirement age that we go through. And there's this thing also, Gavo, about financing. How is an employee going to be able to create a paradigm shift in our thinking and our approach? Every young person here, every man and woman seated here is a CEO, creator of economic opportunities. They need to be just encouraged to seize those opportunities. If we change that narrative now, we can change the face of even the narratives on the African continent about development, sustainable development that we'll be looking for. But for